check, 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 checkity check. Test the microphone level. Testing the microphone level. Testing the microphone level. Testing the microphone level.
Greetings, everyone. Are we online? I think we are. Okay, greetings, everyone. I am Judy Greenspan. My pronouns are she and they, and I come to you from Oakland, California. I am a longtime member of Workers' World Party Bay Area branch. I hope that you and your family, your loved ones, friends, and comrades are staying safe during this COVID-19 pandemic. Our hearts and thoughts go out to all of you who have lost someone to this pandemic. Welcome to Workers' World Party's extended webinar, What Road to Socialism? Before we start the program, I want to acknowledge that yesterday was the anniversary of the Nakba. In 1948, the brutal expulsion of Palestinians from their homeland. We will never falter in our support for the liberation of Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I am co-chairing this program with Nigel Bovar, who will introduce himself and the next part of our program. Nigel?
Good day, friends and comrades. I'm Nigel Bovar, they, them, or he, him, from Buffalo, New York, home of the party. Been a member of Workers' World Party for about 3 years, following in the footsteps of my great aunt Marge Maloney, who's been a member of Workers' World Party for most of her life. We're going to start today's webinar with a cultural performance by a comrade from Boston, Kristen Turgeon, she, her. And I'm going to read a statement that she provided to accompany her video. She says, I was one of the people that radicalized after the Trump election after having finally found a way to speak against injustice. I found Workers' World shortly after that. I'm so glad I found roots so deeply in the struggle and also a family in my comrades. I'm so honored to organize with y'all and share both my love of music and revolutionary struggle. The following recording of Kristen performing, accompanied by Boston school bus driver Steve Kirschbaum, is from a 45th anniversary celebration of the 1974 Boston protests against racism.
And when the company boys came round, she always stood round. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Till the day I die. This union maid was wise to the tricks of the company's spies. She'd never be fooled by the company's tool. She'd always organize. She'd always get her way. When she struck for higher pay, she'd show her card to the National Guard, and this is what she'd say. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union till the day I die. A woman's struggle is hard, even with a union card. She must stand up on her own Let's smash it to the ground. We'll bring to birth a better day when the workers have their way.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can't scare me. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Oh, you can't scare me. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Till the day I die. One more time. Oh, you can't scare me. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Oh, you can't scare me. I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union. Till the day I die.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. And thank you very much, Kristen, for sharing that video with us. I just want to sort of quickly introduce myself and talk a little bit about the program so that we all know what's coming ahead in the afternoon. I am a longtime member of Workers' World Party. You can tell by my white hair. I'm a prisoners' rights activist and a defender of LGBTQ2S prisoners and political prisoners. I am currently teaching at a public middle school in Oakland, California. Today's extended webinar is going to be divided into two programs. The first is from 1 to 3, and it's focusing on who is in the working class, what does international solidarity look like, and then there'll be a 30-minute break with a slideshow and announcements, a time where you can step away and just listen to the music or come back and watch the videos, watch the pictures. And then part 2 of the webinar will focus on worker resistance to COVID-19 and the economic crisis. And we'll begin at 3:30 to 5:30. And we hope that you will attend all of it, because we think at this time it is so important to be on the same page together and to figure out how we can move ahead in the struggle. Workers' World Party exists to make real the historical, inevitable task of building socialism from the belly of the beast, which is where we're located in the US. We are a multinational, multi-generational organization that not only aims to abolish capitalism, but to build a socialist society, because it's the only way forward right now. This government's response to COVID-19 has made this crystal clear. We have been out in the streets since 1959 defending the workers and oppressed, and we hope that this webinar and the many struggles ahead will bring us closer in the struggle for the survival of our class and for all of humanity. And now I want to turn the program over to Nigel Bovar, my co-monitor, who will also introduce himself and continue. Nigel.
All right. Hello again, everyone. Like I said before, I'm Nigel from Buffalo, they, them, he, him. I've been a member of Workers' World Party for the last 3 years or so. And I joined the party not only because my great aunt Marge Maloney had been a member for most of her life, which is big help, but because it's the only organization that I've found that has the ideology and the means to reach the masses and to carry forward the working class to a revolution. With that, I will be introducing Comrade Larry Holmes, who is the first secretary of Workers' World Party. Larry Holmes is the first secretary of Workers' World Party. He's a theoretical contributor to the Workers' World newspaper. He met the party through the American Servicemen's Union during the Vietnam War and joined as an anti-war GI. He will be discussing his recent piece in Workers' World. Pandemic has hastened capitalism's end stage. The rest is up to us, which appeared in, I believe, the second to last PDF version of Workers' World that was released on workers.org.
And take it away, Larry.
Can everyone see me? Can comrades and friends see me?
I'm just seeing a gray square, Larry.
because I can't see myself. Ah, there we
you
go.
go.
There we go. Welcome everyone to this important national meeting of Workers' World Party. I wish that we could be meeting in person, but dire circumstances make that impossible. And so we have to have this digital meeting, but that doesn't mean that we can't accomplish a great deal. I'm sure that most of you are thinking about what the next week will bring. Can you get back to some normal routine? How many people will die and suffer? Or maybe what the next 2 months will bring. I think that's very human. I think we're all like that. But I want to point out that it's important to look at what's happening from a historical perspective. It's important to remember that pandemics, especially the ones the size of the pandemic that the planet is contending with, have a way of fomenting social revolutions, because the most oppressed of the planet's population get angry because of the terrible conditions on top of already bad conditions that the pandemic imposes on them, and then become ready to revolt. And this is especially true if the dominant system is a decrepit, decaying system that really just needs a good kick to push it into the bins of history. The bubonic plague of the 14th and 15th centuries played a big role in arousing the peasantry in the struggle to end feudalism. One big pandemic that some of you may know a little bit about is the 1918 influenza. Very bad, very deadly pandemic. It is believed to have killed somewhere between 50 and 100 million people, including 750,000 people in this country. And that was at a time when the population of the US was about 105 million. That pandemic did not have the same impact on the economy that the present pandemic is having, for a number of reasons. Perhaps the most important reason is that that was during World War I, the first global imperialist war, and most of the US economy was directed toward the war. That was at a time when, with these big wars, the entire economy and all the working class would be directed toward war production. That's different than now, where it's primarily weapon systems and bombs that imperialism makes. So that buffered the economy to a certain extent. Also, US imperialism had an advantage. Europe was devastated by World War I. The US was not. As a matter of fact, what the war did was begin to push US imperialism into the position that it would ultimately grasp in a big way as the leading imperialist power. Also, it's important to remember that medical science at that time was primitive by comparison to today. And so the expectations of people about what government and medicine could do to protect them was completely different than what it is now. This pandemic will be viewed historically, I have no doubt of this, as a turning point in the decline of US imperialism and world capitalism. It is highly unlikely, no matter what happens to the pandemic, whether a vaccine is discovered, whether we even have more tests, which people are so frustrated about. That's not going to change what this pandemic and the crisis before it hit is doing to the global capitalist economy. There's still going to be a worldwide depression. The unemployment and all of the misery and suffering that's part of that is going to be permanent. Why? Because this pandemic has caused a permanent rupture at a time when all the scientific and technological achievements of capitalism, particularly US capitalism, all of the wonderful integration of the economy based on globalization and technology means very little, because when people look at the economy and look at world capitalism and imperialism, they do not see strength. To the contrary, they see weakness. They see a system that is falling apart. This contradiction, more than any other contradiction in my lifetime, spells out clearly that it is, from now on, in a very clear and brutal way, capitalism fighting socialism, the old, decrepit, dangerous system, fighting to block the birth of something new on a global level. If we had a socialist system, it would be absolutely no problem at all to shut down the economy as long as was necessary and advise people to stay home, shelter at home. They wouldn't have to worry about losing jobs or losing food or whatever they need. It's only under this degenerate, dying system that these greedy capitalists are demanding. They're freaking out. Open up the economy. Send workers back to the factories. We don't care if they get sick. We don't care if they die. We need to make the profits. I think that contradiction is very clear and very stark. The working class, all sectors of it, is being hit very hard. No sector is hit harder than Black and brown workers and women workers, the most oppressed always of the working class. But that doesn't exclude other sectors who maybe a little while ago thought that they were relatively, quote unquote, privileged. They're finding that those privileges are blowing away in the wind. But workers are not just freaking out. They're doing that, as we all are. They're fighting back. They're angry. They're saying, no, we don't want to go to a plant or a factory or to some workplace where we will get sick and maybe die. And I'm sure that in the coming reports, you will hear about the tremendous, militant, glorious, wildcat walkouts and strikes, not only in this country, but around the world. There's a tremendous strike going on in Washington now of farm workers, the most oppressed of all the workers, migrant workers. We'll talk about that. And it's important for us to understand that, because this militancy is going to grow. This workers' rebellion is going to grow. Workers are going to need help in order to organize themselves in a way that they've never been organized since the 1930s. And they're depending upon the help of revolutionaries like us, socialists and communists who are dedicated to the working class, to help them, not to tell them what to do, not to substitute ourselves for them, but to help them in every way we can. And we are Workers' World Party. Our name says it all. We exist to help our class in any way that we can to liberate themselves. I think that one of the big lessons of the Bernie Sanders campaign and the Jeremy Corbyn campaign in Britain, good, important progressive campaigns in many respects that had a lot of support, is that even with the support that they had, they were not grounded in the struggle of workers. It did not seem as though they were connected to the workers' struggles. They may have put forward demands, universal health care, and other good things that we all support, but they weren't in the workers' struggles. And I think now people who were supporting them on both sides of the Atlantic are realizing that the next thing that we have to do is to ensure that our struggle is grounded in the working class, that it's part of the working class getting organized, getting powerful, becoming independent of bourgeois parties and fighting on its own. Without that, electoral campaigns will have little meaning in the struggle for progress or the struggle for socialism. Comrades, I'm very proud, and members of my generation are very proud about what we were able to accomplish. I've been in the struggle almost a half a century. Me and my comrades, we fought against the racist, imperialist Vietnam War. We sided with the Vietnamese. We supported the liberation movements from Palestine to South Africa. We supported the struggle of women to free themselves from patriarchal oppression. We solidarized ourselves with the struggle of LGBT comrades and that entire community to free themselves from oppression. We struggle with the youth and the Black and brown workers who are the targets of racism and national oppression. We tried to intervene in the workers' movement, sometimes very effectively, and we're proud of it. But you know, most often, we are not the ones that decide exclusively what we can accomplish during our lifetime. Events and conditions decide that. We did what we could. I'm speaking now predominantly to young comrades and friends at our meeting. You have a different role. Because of what is happening now, because of this crisis that the world is entering in, that capitalism is entering in, the possibility that in your generation, you may be able to bring capitalism actually to its end. This is not guaranteed, but is more of a plus, certainly for my generation. And so I want you to think about this and meditate on it and relate to it. If you're serious, if you're bold, if you have the patience, if you have the staying power, that's one thing the older generation can give you. We may have made mistakes. There may be some things we didn't see, but we had staying power. That's why many of us are still here after the better part of half a century. You get that, I'll tell you, that's worth a lot. If you get that, you may be able, you just may be able to accomplish revolutionary things in your lifetime. Don't leave it for other generations if you can accomplish it now. Long live our party, long live the socialist revolution, and good health to all of you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Larry. And I want to let people know that at the end of all of the speeches, all of the talks today, there'll be a possibility for you to put questions in the Q&A, and which will be addressed by the panelists. And I'm just going to urge you right now, if you have some questions about what Larry was talking about, please put it in the Q&A. Okay. And if you have liked what you have heard so far, please check out our website. Please take out a paper subscription and consider joining Workers' World Party. And there it is on the screen. And we may have to mute a few people. Okay, so again, make sure you put your questions in the Q&A. And the next panel is a very exciting panel of workers. It's called The Working Class, Makers of History and Grave Diggers of Capitalism. I'm going to turn it over to, I will actually read Martha's intro first. The first person who is introducing this panel is Martha Gravatt. Martha is a retired auto worker, and she is a trustee of UAW Local 869. She's a managing editor of Workers' World newspaper and author of a pamphlet, In Our Hands is Place to Power, the Flint Sit-Down Strike. Okay, I'm turning it over to Martha.
Good and family in the struggle. According to the Department of Labor, the official unemployment rate is almost 15%. A staggering 37 million workers are counted as unemployed. So-called real unemployment is closer to 23 when you count discouraged workers who gave up looking for work, part-time workers who need a full-time job, undocumented workers who cannot collect benefits, misnamed, quote, independent contractors, gig workers, jump through extra hoops to get benefits, and others. Millions of these jobs are gone good. Some workers are being forced back to work, even as the pandemic's death toll climbs. So many are risking their lives for low wages. So many are carrying added burden of special oppression as Black, Brown, Indigenous, women, gender oppressed, LGBT.
I think that Martha has frozen. So we might have to come back to her. Can I get a tech intervention here?
Hi, Judy. Let's go to the next person and then we can go back.
Okay, that's what I thought. Nigel, can you go on to the next section? Nigel? Okay, well, tell you what.
Are we moving on with the next segment then?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So the next segment will be on migrant workers, asylum seekers, and undocumented workers, and will feature Teresa Gutierrez and Betara Lopez. Teresa Gutierrez will be the first presenter on this topic, and she will be talking about why she joined the party. Teresa Gutierrez has been a member of Workers' World Party for 40 years. She joined in San Antonio, where she recently returned after living in New York City for many years. Teresa was a co-coordinator of the International Action Center and has focused her party work on solidarity and campaigns with migrants and the struggles in Latin America. Although it does appear that Martha is back. So
I think we should move on with this segment, and then we'll go back to Martha. Let's do
all right, take it away, Teresa.
Buenas tardes, camaradas and family. I hope everyone is doing as good as they can under these difficult conditions. The organizing committee asked that I give a presentation about why I joined the party. And I have to admit, I was kind of taken aback by that since it was so long ago, 40 years this fall to be exact. I was taken aback mainly because conditions have changed so much since then. I joined the party from the Chicano movement, as it was called back then. After years of activism and then reading the Communist Manifesto, I realized that freeing my own people was not enough, that all workers around the world needed to be liberated. I hated the capitalist system because of racism and poverty in my life. My grandfather in the 40s was fired from a good job when his boss told him the white boys are coming back from the war. So after reading Che and Fidel and the manifesto, I realized that true liberation meant to fight for socialism. It was not easy for a Chicano militant to join a multinational party back then, mainly because of terrible experiences with the left in Texas, particularly white socialists. These so-called socialists would come to Chicano rallies and would actually tell us only socialism will free Chicanos. Well, of course that's true, but is that what you tell an entire movement fighting for representation? No, of course not. These so-called socialists did not understand Lenin's national question. They did not apply the right to self-determination, that it is the oppressed who determine their struggle, no one else. Workers' Will Party was not like that. They got in the trenches and helped out however they could, including registering people to vote, even though they knew voting was a waste of time. If the Chicano movement was fighting for representation into the system, the party would support that. So much has changed since then. Just like on the LGBTQ struggle, society on racism has advanced somewhat since the early 70s. Young people, for example, are intrinsically more pro-LGBTQ and anti-racist than before. Society has moved forward, despite setbacks. But the ruling class, on the other hand, is moving heaven and earth to turn the clock back. Hence the rise of white supremacy and the election of neo-fascists in the government. Now, I don't just want to talk about our positions in the 70s. I want to move forward as well. So I wanted to ask you all, what is the main question today that Workers' Will Party must be forward thinking on and far ahead of all the rest, as we are on the national and LGBTQ question? You might ask 10 comrades and get 10 answers. Here's mine. Fighting COVID-19 should be our top battle right now. Of course, we will not drop the fight against police terror or war, but the party should enter in a major way the intergovernmental debate on closing or opening the states. We need to get out there in a big way, demanding social distance as a right and not a privilege. Staying home is a right not just for the petty bourgeoisie, but for all workers. And it is the workers who should define who is essential and who is not, and what they need, not the bosses. We need to be demanding PPE, not just in our paper, but in the streets, homes for the houseless, food, and relief for all. This is the battle of the day, comrades. And to be out there, we need to be visible and fighting. So I want to propose that we hold in the near future national days of caravans to keep the states closed, or any formulation, depending on what's the debate at the time. I propose that we order thousands of flags to put on cars that are distinct and homogeneous so that the world knows that there is a fighting organization. We should order thousands of face masks that say abolish capitalism. Our class is going to die in record numbers. They will die from hunger in the U.S. and around here and around the world. They will be forced to migrate, no matter COVID or not. They're going to lose their homes. So we cannot sit idly by and just webinar a solution to this crisis, as important as these webinars are right now. We've got to be in the vanguard of fighting COVID-19 like no other organization is. That is the option. There is no other option for us. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, Teresa. With that, we'll be going over to Betsaida Lopez. Betsaida Lopez is a Mexicana currently living in San Antonio, an advocate for immigrants. She works as a legal assistant at a nonprofit serving asylum seekers. She has decided to be a part of Workers' World Party to stand in solidarity with immigrants, protect the environment, and continue the fight for Medicare for all. Betsaida?
Thank you for that introduction, Nigel. I'm humbled and thankful to have this opportunity to share some of my firsthand experiences with y'all. There's no doubt that the Trump administration has used this pandemic as an excuse to push their anti immigration agenda. The border has been shut down and thousands of migrants expelled. Now, at Carnes, the detention center I work at, ICE is offering parents an ultimatum. One, give us permission to release your child while you remain in detention, or two, remain detained with your child. After all of the trauma families suffered in 2018, ICE is still trying to separate families. I could hear the anguish in the voices of our clients. Some have even told me they fear they won't make it out alive. A COVID-19 outbreak is inevitable, and the risk of spreading the coronavirus is not taken seriously by ICE or GEO Group staff members. This is proven by the lack of sanitation in the facility and the fact that the practice of social distancing is impossible. These families are trapped. They don't have access to personal protective equipment or hand sanitizer. The GEO staff members and ICE officers don't wear masks or any sort of PPE either, risking the spread of this deadly virus. The physical and mental health of people in these detention centers begin to deteriorate the longer they remain in detention. Quality medical care is non existent. Mental health care is also absent in these facilities. Some people fear being placed in solitary confinement if they disclose suicidal ideation or feelings of depression. After our clients heard about the pandemic through the news on their TVs, our clients began demanding answers from ICE. And after ICE was bombarded, they decided to rid the TVs of all the news channels. There's no reason these people should remain in detention other than for profit. There are about 986 confirmed COVID-19 infections among detainees in the United States. However, only 2,000 of the 28,000 detainees have been tested, so that number may be even higher. Unfortunately, Carlos Ernesto Escobar Mejia has been the first to die from COVID-19 while in ICE custody. A father at Carnes has taken his own life amidst the pandemic, and more deaths are inevitable if things don't change. Um, so, not one more preventable death should occur. We need to free them all. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you so much, Betsaida. We're going to bring down, every program has its technological glitches. I wish it weren't the case. But we have Martha back. So we're going to have Martha continue her introduction to the panel, which is entitled The Working Class, Makers of History and Grave Diggers of Capitalism. Okay, go ahead, Martha. Hopefully it'll be better this time. The sound.
Class consciousness is growing as the masses question the legitimacy of capitalist wage slavery and seek a way out. The way out is socialism. And the problem we are contemplating today, what road to socialism, be more relevant? This is not a question. Millions upon millions of workers and oppressed people have pondered the matter since 1848, when Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto. For 162 years, advanced members of our class read and studied and reread and restudied the classic work of these two monumental thinkers, a must read for anyone interested in real social change. In an 1872 introduction,
I'm afraid we're going to have to continue on and hopefully eventually get back to Martha. But right now, you can see that she is unfortunately technologically frozen. Um, so we're going to move on in our panel, and we're going to now deal with an issue which is very, very near and dear to my heart, and that's the issue of prisoners as incarcerated workers. And I'm going to be presenting two panelists who I'm sorry, I'm going to be presenting two panelists. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Well, when is that going to happen? I'm sorry, Martha, are you ready to speak without video? No. Okay. So why don't we continue until we can get that resolved? And I'm going to be introducing two comrades who are very involved in the struggle for prisoners' rights and the struggle for the abolition of prisons. So I'm going to introduce them, two of them, and then they are going to make their presentations. So Miranda Chrisman, who uses the pronouns they, them, is a member of the Houston branch and is a co-editor of Tear Down the Walls for Workers' World newspaper. They write and organize around prison abolition, anti-imperialism, and the environment. The second speaker, and we have somebody who needs to be muted, thank you. The second speaker is Ted Kelly, who uses the pronouns he, him, and he is a member of Workers' World Party in Philadelphia, and he is co-editor of Tear Down the Walls, prison coverage in Workers' World newspaper, and an organizer with the Prisoner Solidarity Committee of Workers' World Party. Miranda will start and then pass it to Ted. Go ahead, Miranda.
Thanks, Judy. Abolitionist Ruthie Wilson Gilmore laid out in her book Golden Gulag the political climate of the state of California that gave rise to prison expansion. California had an incredibly huge and diverse economy preceding its prison boom, which saw the number of people behind bars increase 450% between the 1980s and the early 2000s. Prior to this prison boom, 1970s California saw heavy policing and the end of the Vietnam War. There was high unemployment and high inflation. These series of crises coming out of this period produced all kinds of surpluses, including surpluses of workers, land, finance capital, and a surplus of state capacity that was rapidly shifting from social welfare to domestic warfare. Even as crime began to slow, societal production kept being arranged around prison expansion. Republicans and Democrats alike kept being elected on the false premise that they could keep people safe by locking up criminals. But we know that that just exacerbates existing inequalities and disappears people and destroys communities. According to the Sentencing Project, 70 million people in the United States are living with criminal convictions. For most of these people, simply because they've been convicted of a crime that bars them from being able to hold most jobs. Adding to this, when we think of the fact that Pew Research estimates 10 million workers are effectively not documented to work within the United States, because they are migrants, we start to see that the sum is nearly half of the United States labor force, mostly of people of color, but also a third white, that are criminalized in ways that are detrimental to all working people. In New Orleans, the sanitation workers are on historic strike asking for hazard pay and protective gear. And instead of having their necessary demands met, they have been replaced with incarcerated workers that will be making between 4 cents and $1 an hour, and will also likely not be receiving adequate medical protection either, effectively pitting different, already exploited sections of our class against one another. Ruth Wilson Gilmore describes the structure of racism as vulnerability to premature death, which we see so starkly in this period of global pandemic. Those with access to centuries of stolen resources are generally able to skirt having to be in spaces where they come into contact with the virus and other life-shortening mechanisms like lack of access to healthcare. In our organizing as the Texas death penalty abolition movement, one of the only groups in our state that opposes the use of capital punishment on the political grounds it is both racist and anti-poor in structure, the phrase often comes up as those who don't have the capital get the punishment. In places like Texas, the killing capital of the country, leading in legal lynchings, we absolutely feel the alternatives, the afterlives of slavery, embedded in the social order of control known as mass criminalization, from plantations under slavery to convict leasing of labor to modern day prisons. And while we acknowledge that people of color are disproportionately affected by the institutions, anti-criminalization and effects of perpetual punishment have to be central to any kind of political and economic change that benefits working people and their communities. What has happened in California is different from that in Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Chicago, New York, Ohio, etc., or any of the 38 countries the US has had its hand in shaping policing and prisons. These differences mean local assessments are needed. Revolution and abolition are ongoing processes, and we must not stop remaking ourselves in the world. Otherwise, we risk shifting or mutating the needs of colonial and capitalist world making into the future further. Abolition of these institutions is about the presence and the connections and the structures we build with one another along the way. Abolition is a theory of social change, and it is a strategy, and it's about making things. Abolitionists use tactics like divestment campaigns and prison moratoriums, and building a caring community by shifting the fruits of our labor to address root causes of harm and suffering. One of the many ways abolitionists in California were able to halt the state's self-described biggest prison system in the history of the world was by aligning against powerful governors and prison guard unions by organizing the California State Employees Association, which is a part of an enormous public sector union in California. Together, abolitionists and workers have slowed down a state that had been opening a prison every year for 23 years. And almost to a halt, where it only opened one new prison between 1999 and 2011. All of the different sectors of our collective class are bound to one another. Our liberation lives on in our ability to use all the levers, all tactics to work across and with the things that make us different. Our liberation is bound to our liberation is bound to unemployed people, to undocumented workers, to incarcerated workers, and to each other. A broad understanding of class and the myriad of interlocking oppressions is necessary in our fight to resist mass criminalization and further categorizing us into more easily conquerable sectors. An injury to one is an injury to all. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ted.
Thanks, Miranda. I just want to start by quoting two different passages. The first is from a book by Chairman Sam Marcy called "The Klan and the Government: Foes or Allies." And just very briefly, a far more important problem is the reciprocal relations between the capitalist government and the Ku Klux Klan. More often than not, the former is made to appear rather hostile to the Klan. The public impression conveyed is that the government is forced under the law to defend and secure the Klan's rights. In reality, however, the capitalist government has covertly encouraged and promoted the Klan over many years. It is often completely overlooked in current discussions and in the press and media reports that the durability of the Ku Klux Klan rests on solid, long-term bonds to the state, and that the two share a common political ideology. While the ruling class had the opportunity to wipe out the Klan more than a century ago, it failed to do so. It also left Black people and poor whites politically defenseless and deprived the Black population of economic power by failing to grant the newly emancipated people the land that they had tilled for centuries. The reason I start by quoting Sam Marcy on the relationship between the Klan and the government is because it is out of this history that police forces in the United States were formed. To not merely collaborate with the Ku Klux Klan, but to establish alongside them a formerly deputized violent gang to supplant them. And the second short passage I'm going to read is from Mumia Abu-Jamal, Have Black Lives Ever Mattered?, where he describes the police by saying they are servants, if at all, of the political structures of which they are a part, not of the people. They are servants, if at all, of the state. They serve the interests of capital, of the wealthy, of those who run this system from their bank vaults and corporate offices. They do not serve the poor, the powerless, nor the uninfluential. They never have. They are an armed force organized to protect the interests of the established and those who own capital. I think in all capitalist states, the sites of colonial occupation, police units were armed gangs set up to protect the property of the rich while smashing any nascent organized working class power. Private police forces like the Pinkerton agents provoked, spied on, and killed working class organizers. Likewise, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was born as a political police force to track and subvert anti-capitalist activities. They arrest and they assassinate and they incarcerate. From the early 20th century labor organizers to the Black Panthers to the MOVE organization to the supporters of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, until today with the assassinations of Ferguson, Missouri organizers, the jailing of those who resist violent police attacks like Ramsey Orta, the indigenous water protectors who organized against Dakota Access Pipeline construction, Dion Ortiz, James White, Little Feather, Rattler, and Red Fawn are now hounded and threatened with felony charges by the state. This is all to say that this is the function of police and therefore the function of prisons in this country. A Puerto Rican activist, an ally of Workers' World Philadelphia, Fermin Morales, said at a speech on May Day that poor and oppressed workers are given a choice. You can fight to survive, doing whatever you need to do to make money, and you will end up in prison if you step outside the bounds. Or you can fight for your nation as a Puerto Rican, and you can end up in prison for the political reason of fighting for a disparate political power. Just down the street from where Fermin was talking was a federal penitentiary. And across the street from that is the African American History Museum. And Fermin said, if you learn too much in that museum, you will end up across the street in the federal prison because that's the function of these prisons in this country. White supremacy is one of the fundamental pillars upon which capitalism is founded and supports itself. Prisons and police are the state's most violent tool of racist oppression. So we cannot abolish capitalism without abolishing police and abolishing prisons. It works vice versa. For this reason, at the beginning of this new crisis, and as capitalism reaches its dead end, we have relaunched the Prisoner Solidarity Committee 50 years after its inception, after the uprisings at Attica, the uprisings at Auburn. And we know that in this next phase, prisons and prisoners, as incarcerated workers representing one of the most oppressed sectors of our class, cannot be left to be ignored. They are facing unprecedented threats against their livelihood and against their ability to politically organize. And that's one of the most important tasks that the Prisoner Solidarity Committee is taking up. And I'll leave it there, and just to say that we must tear down the walls if we are to build a workers' world. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ted and Marinda. So we have an announcement. Among the countless cases of political prisoners, we want to raise up a social media campaign launched by Pro Libertad to repopularize the Puerto Rican prisoner of conscience, Ana Belén Montes. Please take a selfie with the phrase Ana Belén Montes es nuestra, Ana Belén Montes is ours, and email them to urioan@hotmail.com by Friday, May 22nd. That email address is urioan@hotmail.com, and I will share that in the chat now. So I'm going to pass it over to Judy now.
Okay, and thank you very, very much, Ted and Marinda. And please check out Tear Down the Walls prison coverage in Workers' World newspaper for information on many of the cases of prisoners that are happening right now. And we do consider prisoners a part of our class, a very important part. Now we will hear from Martha Gravatt. And hopefully
I'm sorry, it's not letting me start the video. It's only letting me on audio.
That's okay, we can hear you.
As Marx and Engels wrote in 1848, society as a whole remains split up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat, the capitalist and the working class. The working class is different today. A big chunk of factory jobs were wiped out by technology, while the service proletariat has grown. In the past few decades, the number of workers in precarious jobs has risen. Mass incarceration has vastly expanded, but the antagonism between the exploiters and the exploited remains irreconcilable. Could this be any clearer than at this moment in history? The inherently antagonistic relationship between the two classes. It is in the interest of the working masses to stay home and stay alive, but it is in the interest of the capitalists to force workers back on the job to produce value, even if some of them die. Capitalism cannot be fixed. During the Great Depression of the 1930s, the last time unemployment reached such catastrophic levels, the communists and socialists who led the working class in fierce battles understood this. We have to bring this understanding to our class. Left forces grew exponentially in that period by organizing the unemployed. Unemployed councils fought evictions by putting families back in their homes. They fought utility shutoffs by turning the gas back on. They sat in at government offices to demand relief. Fight or starve was the rallying cry. This gave the working class the organization and strength to take on the world's biggest corporations, including GM, in the sit-down strike wave from 1935 to 37. The sit-down occupations pose the question, who should own the means of production, bosses or workers? We must unite our class. We must organize those working and those unemployed in unions and without, with steady jobs and in a precarious situation. And here and around the globe, we are all part of the working class. Capitalism need not last for eternity. To end again with the Communist Manifesto, quote, the advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers due to competition by the revolutionary combination due to association. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces above all are its own grave diggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. Let's turn the inevitable into reality. To do that, we need you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martha, and I'm glad we were able to resolve the sound problem. So we're going to move on, and I want to remind everyone, this is all in the context of this is the working class that we see, and I believe it's probably the broadest and most comprehensive view of the working class that just about anyone presents. And the next speaker is Ezra Echo, who will be speaking about LGBTQ2S, Two-Spirit Workers. Ezra is a new member of Workers' World in Buffalo. They are a non-binary lesbian artist and writer. Their pronouns are they, them, and take it away, Ezra.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? I hope so.
Yes, we can.
I hope you're all doing well today. I'm just going to jump right into my comments here. The LGBT working class looks like my gay, bisexual, and trans comrades who would usually be gearing up for our collective celebration of Pride Month and the 51st anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion. The LGBT working class, of course, looks like all the people involved in those rebellions against police brutality. The butch lesbians, gay men, and of course the trans women of color. The LGBT working class looks like my fellow gay and non-binary barista co-workers here in Buffalo who are making more on unemployment than they ever had while working. The LGBT working class looks like the LGBT Asian American and Pacific Islander or AAPI folks here in the US who are facing even more harassment during this time. The reporting center Stop AAPI Hate
has received over 1,100 incidents reports of discrimination and harassment in its first 2 weeks of being established. The LGBT working class looks like all the students who have been forced out of their safe spaces at school and back to homes with sometimes unsupportive or downright hostile family members. The LGBT working class looks like all the imprisoned lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people who deserve to be released, especially in the midst of this pandemic, and are dying as a result of it. The LGBT working class looks like all the homeless LGBT youth who can't possibly shelter in place because they don't have homes in the first place. A study done at the University of Chicago Chaplain Hall states LGBT youth have 120% higher risk of becoming homeless than their cisgender and heterosexual counterparts. It's impossible to say in 3 minutes all the people who are part of the LGBT working class, but our struggle was born out of the oppression of the working class, as all special oppressions are, and cannot and should not be separated from that. We need to have solidarity now more than ever with all of our LGBT comrades. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ezra. So our next panelist will be Phoebe Eckfeldt, speaking on the subject of women workers. Phoebe Eckfeldt is a member of the Boston branch of the Workers' World Party and has been for 4 years. She's a mother of 3, a nurse, and a retired member of the Harvard Union of Clerical and Technical Workers. Phoebe?
Hi. Can you see me?
No, you're dead.
No, we
You
can't.
can now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Sam Marcy, in his book, High Tech, Low Pay, talks about how technology has diminished the number of skilled workers as against the unskilled, changing the social composition of labor. So there are more women, Black people, Latinx people, LGBTQ people in the workforce. The privileged workers are fewer and their influence is lessened. The political leadership has shifted to the working class elements. Those who know intimately what racism, sexism, misogyny, bigotry, xenophobia are. They are more left, more conscious, more militant. An estimated 47% of the workforce are women. Sam calls it the feminization of labor. Women and gender nonconforming people are literally fighting for our lives. Consciousness about class, race, capitalism, imperialism is rising. Consciousness is starting to take leaps and bounds and finally leaping into action. Women begin to realize they have nothing to lose but their chains. In the past couple of years, we have witnessed women rising up and taking bold action, demanding justice and dignity and respect and a living wage from sex workers, prisoners, teachers, hotel workers, nurses, indigenous women, Dalit women, immigrant women, reproductive justice fighters, mothers taking over abandoned housing, and many, many, many more. Every day, women are fighting against sexual abuse, harassment, and violence. Domestic violence is on the rise. We are still viewed as private property. Some women fight every minute of every day just to stay alive because they have debilitating PTSD from living under capitalism. But let us gain courage and strength by going back a few years to the dawn of humanity when there was a matriarchy. Matriarchy means the absence of male supremacy, the absence of patriarchy. If we look at all of human history as a year's time, 365 days, The matriarchy was 360 days. So let's not forget that. Please don't forget. Lenin said, it has been observed in the experience of all liberation movements that the success of revolution depends on the extent to which women and gender nonconforming people, to the extent they take part in it. Through our work in the party, we can bring women together. We can listen and deep organize and educate and empower each other. We can establish women's assemblies. We can resurrect and continue to build the Women's Fight Back Network. Comrades and friends, the time of the coronavirus has highlighted and underscored that socialism is the medicine that we need. In the song, the Internationale, which is the universal anthem of the working class and oppressed the whole world over, it proclaims, "The earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been not, we shall be all." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. I want to remind people that if you like what you've heard so far, you should go to workers.org, where you can sign up to join, where you can read our latest issues, where you can look at podcasts and past webinars. Our next speaker is Mary Kessinger, who will be talking on workers with disabilities. Mary Panati Kessinger, she, her, joined the party in the early 1970s. As a union activist, she gravitated toward the party's Center for United Labor Action, acting as a shop steward for people applying for unemployment benefits. Today, she is active with the Disability Caucus of Workers' World Party. Go ahead, Mary.
Good morning, comrades and friends. Disability is a condition that strikes all classes. Ruling class families start charities, like the Kennedys who started the Special Olympics. Nice, but that didn't bring universal health care, shelter, or good food, all the faults the pandemic exposed so blatantly. Others who have access to television conduct lengthy telethons like Jerry Lewis, who engenders pity by bringing disabled children before the cameras. As the T-shirt famously says, quote, "Piss on pity," unquote. We don't want pity, we want respect. Those of us in the working class fight to assert our dignity and to make things right. And we do this on many fronts. Capitalism provides with endless opportunities. For example, we formed the People's MTA to fight for access as well as other things. New York City subways have elevators only in 20% of the stations, and subways are important for more than getting around. They bring us to work. The city comptroller did a study where he found the employment rate was significantly higher among the disabled who lived near the subway line than for those who did not. We also formed the Fair Wages Task Force, along with the New York State chapter of the National Federation of the Blind. We wanted to reform the Fair Wages and Standards Act of 1938, which allows employers to pay sub-minimum wages to disabled workers, often pennies on the dollar. Our efforts fell short, though. If we persisted and got the minimum wage, participants would then lose their benefits. That's how they enforce the impoverishment of the disabled. Another major fight at the heart of our current disability rights movement is independent living. That means living in our homes in the community rather than in nursing homes or other institutions. And recently, nursing homes have become breeding grounds for the COVID-19 virus. The current pandemic posed yet another problem for people who breathe with ventilators. Those who use them, like disability activist Alice Wong, were afraid they would be taken away to be used by the able-bodied. In fact, there is a law in New York State that allows the state, in the event of a hospitalization, to commandeer the ventilator left at home and confiscate it. The fight for socialism will tear down the rickety and mean structures of capitalism. Building socialism will allow us to build things right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I think everyone would agree that these are all very important. All of the speeches represent populations of people who are very important members of our working class and the struggle that we are launching to overthrow capitalism and work for socialism. Our next speaker is Sarah Flounders, who is going to be announcing a new book from Workers' World Party, which is entitled What Road to Socialism? And Sarah Flounders, who uses the pronoun she, her, is a party member from New York City. She is a Workers' World Party, she's a Workers' World newspaper contributing editor. She's on the Workers' World field staff. And Sarah's main focus is political education and international solidarity through the International Action Center, and now with the Sanctions Kill campaign. Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Well, this whole conference is dedicated to the burning, decisive question, what road to socialism? And millions of people are in increasingly desperate conditions. They're in a rage against this criminal system that is incapable of protecting them in the most basic way. Their hatred increasingly has a name, capitalism. Millions are moving overnight to both an entirely reasonable and a very revolutionary conclusion, socialism. So this conference webinar is really to orient our party and the movement to the scale of the crisis. It's a disaster that's just beginning as COVID-19 spreads and the economy tanks. But also to really talk about this dramatic change in consciousness. We urgently need a lot more resources to address this sharp break in conditions and in consciousness. Now, there are millions of committed activists who spent months campaigning for Bernie. Tens of thousands of socialists who ended up in the Democratic Party, an imperialist party, a party determined to stop even a national health care for all bill. This betrayal creates a personal and an ideological crisis, realizing bitterly that you can't get what you need in a voting booth or a corrupt political machine. Now, if we take ourselves seriously, we have to prepare to speak to a far wider circle about socialism and what system change and people's power means, and to publicize these new forms of struggle that are erupting every day. And it's on that basis that we are so proud and excited to announce the publication of a new book, What Road to Socialism? It's a real contribution in a wrenching debate. Workers' World puts out more than 1,000 articles online every year at workers.org. That's pretty incredible. But we've chosen 40 recent articles that really deal with and discuss what we mean by revolution and describe it in ways that working people can understand. Takes up the question of reform or revolution. And what do we mean by revolution, both historically in the working class movement in momentous revolutionary upheavals? And what does revolution mean today, here in a high-tech, decaying imperialist center, in the depth of a capitalist crisis? The working class of today, this is also an urgent question which we've been discussing in this webinar of how to build unity of the most oppressed of our class, Black, Latinx, Asian, Native, the rapidly growing migrant population, prisoners as workers, consciously including LGBTQ people, people with disabilities, seniors. This is the working class of today. And the book takes up this topic and the topics on what is the state and how does change happen. So in a small 200-page book that you can order online by this Wednesday, May 20th, both in print copy, on Kindle, as an EPUB, as a PDF, published by Worldview Forum. And we really hope you'll take this opportunity. We want to especially thank Tyler, a new candidate comrade of Workers' World, who's just been tireless in making this possible. This simple book is a way to explain from many different directions Workers' World's consistent revolutionary politics over decades, and in a way to differentiate us from social democracy in a positive way. Now, we need a whole campaign to get this book out widely. We need comrades to write online reviews, hundreds of endorsements, use it as a basis of study groups and classes, develop lesson plans, and to raise the political level of the discussion, to promote it on social media in a serious way, and to really get out there with it in many different forms of struggle. In concluding, I'll say that this first book, it's an important new area of work. There's several other anthologies that are planned. And in like this experience with Zoom webinars, with podcasts, with online classes, we are involving a whole number of comrades and of allies in discussing monumental crises facing our class. And through doing this, really we widen the influence of revolutionary politics. So I do hope you'll look at the book, order it, review it. What Road to Socialism? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. We'll be providing the information for that book, I'm sure, on all of our social media accounts as soon as it's available for purchase. Please look it up. Our next segment will be by Nate Chase, comrade from New York, uses he, him pronouns on the science of change, dialectical materialism. Nate is a member of Workers' World Party and the People's Power Assemblies in New York City. He is active organizing against imperialist war and police brutality and in defense of countries around the world building socialism. Nate?
Hey everybody, how's it going? Can folks see and hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, great. Well, it's wonderful to be here with everybody today. Really honored to have the opportunity to speak to everyone. And I wanted to talk today about one of the most basic concepts of Marxism. And that's that everything changes all the time. Everything is changing all the time. Now, with everything we've been talking about so far today, I think it'd be very reasonable to ask, what does that have to do with anything? We've been talking about workers' struggles. We've been talking about the pandemic. We've been talking about international crises and the crisis of capitalism. We've been talking about healthcare workers and racism and the oppression of LGBTQ people. What does an idea like everything changes all the time have to do with that? Well, I want to raise up a brief quote of Marx to make that connection. He famously once said, and I believe this quote is actually inscribed on his gravestone, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it." And that's it. We, Workers' World Party, the broader movement of working and oppressed people here in the United States and around the world, we're not here just to talk. As Teresa raised earlier, we're here to change the world. And if we're going to change the world, we have to understand, we have to convince ourselves and all those around us that the world can and does change, that change is possible. And so that's why it's so important to understand that everything is changing all the time. Now, I think a reasonable question, if we're saying that everything is changing all the time, is why do things change? Why doesn't everything basically just stay the same? And one of the principles of Marxist Leninist thought is that things change because they contain contradictions. That inside every object, inside every living thing, inside every system, there are contradictions pulling that thing or system or whatever in different directions. And that's what causes things to change. So, I mean, we find examples of this every day, in everyday life. You know, every time you look at a growing plant or any living thing, we're looking at a living thing that contains both life and death. It's a contradiction. It's pulling both ways. But every living thing has both of those inside of it. Any object that when we see a bird flying in the air, it's being pulled up by its wings and pulled down by gravity. There's contradictions pulling it in both directions. And that's essential to what makes it a bird. And you know what? Of all those little examples, you can say the same thing about our entire society, about this despicable capitalist system that we live in, that it is defined by a contradiction between the working class, between working and oppressed people, that so many comrades were speaking about earlier, in all its sectors and variety and diversity. The working class, working and oppressed people who produce all the value, produce everything of value in society, and a capitalist class, a small, tiny ruling class, that by virtue of the power they gain by owning everything, accrue massive wealth from the profits they extract from our labor, despite the fact that they do nothing. They do nothing. They make nothing. They contribute nothing except suffering and misery. And this contradiction is at the center of our society between the workers and the capitalists, the working and the oppressed and the ruling class. And, you know, it's important to be able to look at the world this way, to have this ability to see the contradictions in everything around us, because it really cuts through a lot of the fog. It makes it really clear what's going on around us. And so, you know, only have a few minutes here, so I'm going to move on, but I really encourage in every part of your life, in all your political work, in your daily life, look for the contradictions in everything around you, and you'll see how those are making things change all the time. Now, a lot of times, things change kind of gradually. You know, like if you look at a mountain and the snow is building up on it, and there's a bit more snow, and then one day there's an avalanche. Boom. Slow, gradual change to something sudden, where you put a pot of water on the stove, and it warms up, and then boom, it boils, and the water disappears. We can find the same kind of phenomenon in our social lives, in the political world around us. I mean, think about what happened after the previous financial crash in the United States in 2008, 2007, that huge quote unquote Great Recession, which had just such a huge impact on working and oppressed people, even though the banks, excuse me, worked out all right for them. And there were a lot of people angry about it, a lot of people organizing, a lot of people pointing the finger at the banks. And then a few years later, that led to an explosion. And just overnight, like that, all that organizing, all that consciousness came together. And we have Occupy Wall Street, a huge movement of people it seems to come almost out of nowhere. We know that's not the case, but it appears that way. It just appears. And suddenly everybody's pointing the fingers at the banks. Everybody is understanding who's responsible for the crisis. What an incredible change of consciousness. Just like that. And we can see a similar thing when these little devices, cell phones, when we were able to put cameras in them. Just, you know, less than a year after every cell phone had a camera in it, we have the Black Lives Matter movement. We have a movement about police brutality, an issue that people have been struggling about for decades, blow up as consciousness moves to another level and people move into the streets. We see this with the Sanders movement, where people move from talking from 5-6 years ago, where socialism was a dirty word, to now today, you've got millions of young working and oppressed people talking about socialism. Now, all those, now, as Sarah raised, there's lots of contradictions with the Sanders movement. It's again, we can get back to how everything has contradictions inside of it. You have a movement calling for free health care, for Medicare for all, for the abolition of student debt. But you still have Sanders voting for sanctions. He was for them before he was against them. You still have Sanders calling for the extradition of Assad Shakur. And so we see the contradictions here in everything and how they move things forward. And it's because of this process that we have the consciousness that just like 5 years ago, there was no one talking about socialism outside a small number of relatively small groups on the revolutionary left, like Workers' World Party. We have confidence that as the capitalist crisis continues to intensify, as the contradictions of our society continue to impact on working and oppressed people more and more, and raise a clear consciousness of the brutality and cruelty of this system, we have confidence that a few years from now, we can expect to have millions of young working and oppressed people talking not just about voting for socialism through democratic socialists who are running on the Democratic Party ticket, but by revolutionary socialism, about smashing the state, about armed struggle, about taking power in the name of the working class, to organize society through a planned economy for the benefit of working and oppressed people instead of a small capitalist parasitic ruling class. So the fact that everything changes all the time, the fact that change is determined, our being, our consciousness is determined by the situations around us, gives us confidence that the consciousness and militancy of working and oppressed people in the United States and around the world is on the rise. And that's why we have confidence in a socialist future for our class. So I want to thank you all for being on this webinar to hear speakers on all these different topics. I want to close by just raising that if you'd like to learn more about this topic of dialectical materialism, or why everything is changing all the time, you can go to workers.org/educational. That's workers.org/educational. And you'll find resources and lesson plans on dialectical materialism and a whole slew of other Marxist-Leninist topics. And we're uploading new stuff all the time. So again, I really encourage you, go on workers.org/educational and check that out and build a workers' world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nate. You've given us a lot to think about. Our next segment is Why International Solidarity Against Imperialism, which we'll be discussing party history, defending socialist countries, defining imperialism, national self-determination, and the war at home. This segment will be presented by Monica Moorhead. She's a Workers' World Party managing editor and former presidential candidate of Workers' World Party. She met the party in the early 1970s through the work of the Prisoner Solidarity Committee, which was recently reformed, of Youth Against War and Fascism in Virginia. She is with the New York branch. Monica?
Thank you, Nigel, and good afternoon, comrades, allies, and friends. One of the 5 features Lenin laid out in his 1916 Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism book was the territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers. Imperialism is capitalism at that stage of development at which the dominance of monopolies and finance capital is established. In the 1968 pamphlet, quote, Expanding Empire, end quote, WWP founding member Vince Copeland states, and this is a quote, the investment of capital in a foreign country should be regarded somewhat like sending a huge suction pump there, which pulls out the metals from the ground, the products from the soil, and the fruits from the trees, with the help, of course, of the labor of the, quote, native people or workers working on this suction pump. It is as if the pump were connected to pipes that run back to the home that is the capitalist country via the banks and big corporations. All the rich products are showered from the pipes into the treasuries of these institutions in the form of profits. Whole nations are drained by these great suction pumps or investments. And the profits are so great that rival groups of big business, led by small cliques of big banks, go to war with each other over the exploitation of these nations, end quote. Both Lenin and Vance, over a span of 50 years, described the same imperialism as rich capitalist countries getting richer off the systematic underdevelopment of the oppressed nations getting poorer, with the debt crisis, war, and occupation. These are oppressed nations. There are oppressed nations within the United States of Black, Brown, and Indigenous peoples who are disproportionately poor compared to whites. Imperialism has thus far created 2 wars at home and abroad. This super exploitation is the economic basis for countries in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, the Middle East, and oppressed nations at home having the right to sovereignty and self-determination to determine how best to develop their economies, societies, and communities to meet the basic and cultural needs of their population without the bullying interference of the corporate bosses, bankers, and military. The COVID-19 pandemic has ripped off the Band-Aid of this cancerous, monstrous system, which has left billions more workers and oppressed people on a global scale more vulnerable to suffering and deaths due to a lack of jobs, healthcare, food, shelter, clean water, and more. Hunger is predicted to take more lives than the pandemic on a global scale. Intensifying the class struggle inside the United States is the most effective method for socialists and revolutionaries here to both weaken imperialism and to show political solidarity for oppressed people inside and outside these artificial borders. And I want to solidify the ideas that Comrade Teresa raised earlier. The only crimes of oppressed people have been to fight for economic independence and political equality by any means necessary. With no other option, countries have and more will turn towards socialist reconstruction through liberation movements and struggles as the only answer to underdevelopment. So in ending, I'm wearing my keffiyeh today in honor of the heroic Palestinian people who commemorated the Nakba on May 15th with this slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, U.S. out of the Middle East." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. I want to introduce the second person in this panel, Tony Murphy, who uses the pronouns he, him, and is a Workers' World Party member, an activist with the People's MTA and the PPA, which is People's Power Assembly, New York City, and a cartoonist for Workers' World Party newspaper. Some of you have probably seen his incredible cartoons. He met the party in 1991 after the U.S. bombing of Iraq, which continued for 42 straight days. Okay, Tony, take it away.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the coronavirus crisis has made it clear that society is run by workers. Our party is called Workers' World Party, precisely because those who produce the wealth of society, make sure everybody's fed and housed and clothed and treated when sick, are exploited and oppressed by capitalism, exploited for profit and oppressed by racism and sexism and anti-LGBTQ bigotry. Same capitalism that makes our lives hell keeps the rest of the planet poor as well, as Monica covered in the last report. The promise of liberation held up by socialism has inspired millions and has also really been the best path for underdeveloped countries who want to escape desperate poverty and get out from under the heel of imperialist oppression. We support all countries who are resisting or are oppressed by imperialism, socialist countries especially, because they point the way forward for humanity. I can't think of a better argument for socialism than the way socialist countries have handled the coronavirus crisis as opposed to the capitalist countries. Take China, for instance. Their response to COVID was a mass mobilization of every sector of society. No capitalist country dominated by the anarchy of capitalism and competition could pull that off. That's why so much of the corporate media is attacking and lying about China. Outside of the corporate media bubble, China's achievements in containing the virus have been embraced, especially among poor and oppressed nations around the world. And in the scientific community as well. Its efforts were called the most ambitious, agile, and aggressive disease containment effort in history by the World Health Organization, also, of course, under attack by the Trump administration. You probably know about the 76-day lockdown, aggressive quarantines, and public temperature checks, or the speed with which the genome was sequenced on January 12th, less than 2 weeks after China first announced the coronavirus. This essential step helped the whole world develop test kits for the virus. China built 2 hospitals in under 2 weeks, so people with mild symptoms could be cared for while freeing up space for those with more severe cases. This avoided the heartless triage that exists, for example, here in New York City, where you had to be practically already dying to be admitted to the hospital. People were turned away multiple times until they were finally admitted, only to die on a respirator. Less known about China are the details of the government's mobilization. Thousands of military doctors and nurses sent to Wuhan, tons of medical supplies, highways made toll-free. If you didn't have a car, customized bus routes were set up. With tickets you could purchase on an app. Capacity of the bus was set at 50%. Many restaurants installed pulley systems to maintain employee-customer distance. Food and fuel were delivered on a mass scale. Neighborhood committee members went door to door to help residents with shopping and medical supplies, especially for older residents. The house-to-house approach was used in other countries struggling to build people's power. Venezuela's death toll, much lower than its neighbors in Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, and most other countries for that matter, was kept low by an online survey. You just reported an online survey whether you had symptoms, and a doctor showed up at your door. Venezuela's nationwide quarantine included a 6-month suspension of all rent and interest payments, 6 months payment of wages of all small and mid-sized companies, and they banned layoffs and paid special bonuses. In Cuba, doctors also went door to door, reducing new cases to fewer than 20 a day, down from 50 in April. Before the crisis, Cuba already had the world's highest ratio of doctors to population, with high life expectancy and low infant mortality. As it always does, Cuba exported its doctors around the world, including hard-hit Italy. In Vietnam, the socialist government distributed big bags of free food to quarantine areas to help reduce panic buying and guarantee the salaries of workers who needed to stay home for April, May, and June. As of today, there are still 0 deaths in Vietnam, a country of 90 million people and 1% of the GDP of the United States. These exemplary public health approaches take place for most of these countries under the hardships imposed by sanctions and constant war threats by Washington. We support them 100%, and at the same time take an independent approach in analyzing them. In China, as well as in some of the other countries I've mentioned, a socialist economic base exists side by side with capitalist exploitation. We see that as a danger. But in the struggle between these two forces, in the COVID crisis, the dominant force was the rational, planned response led by the Chinese Communist Party. With a socialist base, crucial decisions are not determined by the needs of finance capital. Under capitalism, it's the exploiting class that is demanding to, for instance, reopen the economy because the bosses don't want to be beat out by their capitalist competitors. I'll just end by saying, I started by saying we call ourselves Workers' World Party to call attention to those who are oppressed by capitalism and also to call attention to those who will overthrow capitalism, build a workers' world.
Thank you so much, Tony. Okay, so I want to introduce the next speaker by saying that I think it really shows your commitment to the struggle if you are the one who is concerned about fundraising. Marcia Goldberg has been the heart of the ability of Workers' World Party, along with a couple of other people, to sustain itself, because we do not accept or get corporate donations. We survive totally by volunteer donations from our comrades and from our friends. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Marcia Goldberg. Marcia Goldberg, who uses the pronoun she, her, is with the New York City branch of Workers' World Party after first joining the party in Buffalo. She is a member of the LGBTQ two-spirited caucus of Workers' World Party. And take it away, Marcia.
Well, hi. I don't know if others saw in the last day or so that Jeff Bezos, who was announced that he's expected to be the first trillionaire. And this was announced while millions are out of work and hungry. While people are dying from this pandemic, while Amazon workers had to go on strike to try to stay alive. The capitalist system run by billionaires like Bezos, who are trying to become trillionaires, can't keep people alive. It needs to be replaced by socialism. It looks like we're facing a deep economic crisis and more catastrophic unemployment and everything that goes along with that. And the only answer is organization, struggle, and fight back and solidarity. And we've seen some of this fight back in this last period, and I think we're going to be hearing more about the workers' resistance in the second part of this webinar. But the fight for the necessities of life, for jobs and income, for food, housing, healthcare, ending racist police murders, for all of this, the very real and crucial struggles aren't separate from the struggle for socialism. The working class and the most oppressed of the working class needs to be in charge and running society and organizing production based on what's needed, not what can make the most profit for the billionaires. The overwhelming majority of humanity on this planet, the vast global working class, needs socialism. Life on this planet depends on it. And this is what Workers' World Party stands for. And you've heard a lot more even today in hearing the talks today. So what I'm raising is that Workers' World Party and Workers' World Newspaper needs money to exist. And Workers' World is now having a fund drive. So we need the money to, I want to say, Workers' World Party is above all else a party of struggle. So we need the money we need the resources to be ready to try to do whatever needs to be done, both in this difficult period, the webinars and whatever else. And Tedessa made a really important proposal today to look for whatever we can do in moving this struggle forward. But we need money. It's just the reality of it. And there is no other source of money. It's us. It's donating what we can. That is how we get our money. And even in these hard times, when some of us are out of work, even in this hard times, we need to appeal to all of us to give what we can. And so I'm appealing to everyone who is watching this webinar to think of what you can give to help support Workers' World Party. And there it is right on the screen, exactly right when I was going to say, that you can donate to Venmo. It's very simple, straightforward, at Workers' World. You can donate on the website, the workersworld.org website, where you can see everything else, but /donate. will take you right to the page where you can donate. You can also find a donate button if you're reading the articles. And patreon.com, where you can give an ongoing contribution that is specifically for the Workers' World newspaper is sent for free to incarcerated workers, to our class who are behind the bars. And the Patreon especially supports those free subscriptions. So I want to really appeal to everybody to think of what you can give. I hope that you'll also be thinking about joining Workers' World Party. We need you all. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Marcia. Anyone who can, I urge you to donate. Right now, we're going to open up our Q&A section. If you have any questions and you haven't asked them already, please go to the Q&A tab, which will appear at the bottom of your screen, and enter them there, and we will try to get to everyone's questions. The first question I want to field is, someone had a question about what the best means to send PPE and other means of support to prisoners. And I was thinking that either Ted or Marinda could address that question.
So I suggest either both Ted and Marinda come on, and then you can decide how you're going to answer this.
Sounds fair to me. Ted and Marinda?
Yeah, I can start, comrades. One of the problems we've faced in doing so, in providing PPE to prisoners, has been that it's very difficult to get anything inside these prisons beyond, some heavily vetted reading material. It's proven to be one of the biggest ways that prisons and prison officials are putting prisoners at risk, is by depriving them even of basic hand sanitizer and soap and cleaning supplies and personal protective equipment, including masks and gloves. I mean, in New York State, for instance, we see prisoners have been tasked with rebranding all this hand sanitizer that was bought by New York State so that it can be sold and disseminated in New York without having access to these kinds of cleaning supplies and personal protective supplies themselves. However, it is one of the demands that has been raised is to make sure that prisoners have access to masks and gloves and sanitizing equipment. But the fact of the matter is that is not enough to protect the lives of the 2.5 million prisoners across the United States. The safest way to prevent the spread of mass death and the mass murder that's already been occurring is to free them, is to let them out. And I think that should be the front of our demands, not just to provide supplies in the midst of a pandemic, but to eliminate the conditions that are costing so many people their lives. That's it.
Okay, I don't know if Marinda had anything to add about that, but we will move on.
Can I?
Okay, Monica.
Oh, go no, ahead.
I was gonna.
Marinda.
I don't know if Marinda's on. Were you going to say something about this question?
Yeah, I was just going to add that we're relaunching the Prisoner Solidarity Committee, and we are looking to build movements that show solidarity with people who are still locked up inside. If you are interested in joining us in that, you can email us at prisonersolidaritywwp@gmail.com.
Great, and maybe we can put that in the chat also, which would be really good. The next question.
Oh, can I just answer?
Oh, yes. Oh, please,
something?
Monica. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. Just to add on to what both Ted and Marinda raised, because this is really the issue of prisoners and the COVID-19 crisis has been a big issue, a big question within the movement regarding, well, okay, if you free them, if you free all the prisoners, what's going to happen to them? What do you do with all these incarcerated workers? Where are they going to go? So I just want to say succinctly, our answer in Workers' World Party is that there is plenty of housing for the workers, all this free hotels. There are empty apartment buildings. Of course, everyone has a right, to shelter, whether they're incarcerated or not. Incarcerated workers have the right to unemployment benefits because they are workers. So the bottom line is that incarcerated workers have the right to all of the benefits that all workers should have regarding this COVID-19 crisis. So, and the people in the communities, and this is where the workers' assemblies come in, which will be talked about later on, can organize this solidarity, this concrete solidarity with former incarcerated workers to make sure they have housing and food and everything that they need. So I just wanted to sort of extend that answer just a little bit. Thank you.
And thank you, Monica. And someone put into the chat, there is a national organization that's out of New York City, which is called Release Our Aging People, or Release Aging People from Prison, RAP. And so they are doing a lot of this work right now. They're holding demonstrations in front of a lot of the New York state prisons demanding that people be released. The next question that I want to throw open to everyone in the panel, there might be some comrades would like to answer. What does self-determination for oppressed people mean in the United States? It's a big question, and hopefully several people will want to talk about this. Monica's frozen. I don't know why.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Okay. Okay. So if comrades want to speak to that, what does self-determined for oppressed people mean in the United States?
Well, I'll start that since I spoke about it. It really means that those whole nations of people, regardless of their location, whether they are in Africa, whether they are in Latin America, whether they're right here in the belly of the beast, that is Black, brown, indigenous people, and other people of color who have been super exploited, who have suffered from neo-colonialism, who have suffered from the legacy of slavery, from the theft of their lands, have the right to determine how their futures should be organized. Coming out of an oppressor nation. The US is an oppressor nation because of the ruling class, which is still majority white. It's still a majority white ruling class. And therefore, and those who are super oppressed in huge disproportionate numbers are people of color. And that's just a fact, who have been denied the right to political and economic equality for centuries, for decades. So therefore, they have the right to determine best in terms of how to organize their community, as I said, communities, their economies, their countries, because of all of this underdevelopment. And I'll just end with this. In the Deep South, in this country, where you do have the legacy of slavery, Black people have been denied the right to lands that they were forced to till under the lash of the slave master. And they were denied the right of 40 acres and a mule after the end of the Civil War. So we're talking about reparations here. We're talking about reparations as a way of moving forward in terms of fighting for the political, well, actually the social equality of all people. So, and this is what a lot of the struggles of the Black liberation movements have been all about, regardless of the leadership. Regardless whether it's revolutionary demands or even reformist demands. It's all about fighting for equality for full equality. And of course, we're for full equality for all the workers, which means the abolishment of socialism. The abolishment of capitalism for socialism. So anyway, that's sort of to begin the discussion on this.
And other panelists should feel free to step in who would like to take on this question. What does self-determination for oppressed people mean in the United States? If I guess no one else wants to chime in, we will move to the next question. Nigel?
Excuse me.
Oh, Sarah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say that there is a whole section of this new book, What Road to Socialism, that takes up this very question because it is a really burning and decisive question. So, including the chapter, very important, by Monica. Thanks.
Okay, so the next question I want to bring up is several people have asked what is the best way to get in touch with a local branch. And I think to add on to that, we should address questions about what the process for establishing a new branch is or establishing contact with a member of field staff, as well as the potential for members in other countries. And I'll leave that open to panelists to take on.
This is Nate. I can respond to that.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, so I encourage everybody, if you go to if you're interested in getting involved with Workers' World Party, go to workers.org and you'll see a link to join. I think if Scott, if you could flash the graphic up there for a second, just so people could see it again. Go to workers.org and go over WWP join. Click on that, and there's a form to get in touch with us. You can also reach out to us through Facebook or through Twitter, Instagram. Get in touch with us there, and we have branches all over the country. And then we also have lots of comrades in at-large areas where we don't yet have branches. So your location is not, wherever you are in the country, we want you in the party and get you involved. In terms of international, we have a lot of friends and supporters from around the world, and we encourage you to get in touch. And we also encourage people in other countries to look into and join revolutionary organizations struggling in whatever countries they're in against capitalism and for national liberation. But again, you can get in touch with us through that link that Nigel just put in the chat. And you can also get in touch with us through Facebook, through Twitter, through Instagram. And we really look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. We're going to move on to another question. And again, it's for any of the panelists. How do we express solidarity to countries who are under economic and political attack by the U.S.? In other words, like, how do we oppose the attacks on the socialist countries and other nations who are struggling under U.S. sanctions and war threats? And again, it's up to, I know that might be a question for Sarah, but there may be other people who also want to answer. Well, there you go.
All right, I can address it if I'm sure almost everyone on this panel also can and does in their practice. But international solidarity is absolutely key in the working class struggle. We are part of a global class, and defending people around the world against this monstrous military machine that also imposes economic strangulation. There's now 39 countries, a third of the world's population, under sanctions, 800 military bases. I think in Tony's talk, he very much addressed the importance of solidarity, and also looking and spreading examples of what these struggling countries are able to do
many of them so desperately poor, but because there's a level of social organization in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, many of these countries are actually doing better because their confidence is in the people and the ability of people to mobilize and organize themselves. So it's two parts. It's really building solidarity. It's building defense. It's being in the streets. It's taking up all kinds of campaigns with allies and with working with everyone who is involved in solidarity work, because this is something far wider than Workers' World Party, and where we show the ability to cooperate with many, many organizations who are part of defending these many different struggles and peoples. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I think we have time for another one or two questions maybe before we go into a break. We had a question about how to organize caravans. So any comrades who have any experience with organizing one of these car caravan protests that we've seen an increase of under COVID-19 pandemic should chime in.
This is Nate. I can take that up again if unless others would like to. So in New York City, we organized 3 car caravans on May Day, starting in different parts of the city. And I think it was a really exciting way for people to get out in the struggle that often during these times when a lot of our traditional forms of demonstration, like a traditional May Day, just aren't really possible. And especially when we have the right wing out there very aggressively dismissing the social distancing protocols and things like that. And we want to emphasize the importance of those to keep people safe while also carrying out the struggle of working and oppressed people. So that's so we organized 3 car caravans starting in different parts of the city, visiting hospitals, showing solidarity with transit workers, going to the bus depots, went to a lot of groceries and retail stores where workers were striking or fighting back, went by jails, and then we all came together at Governor Cuomo's office in Midtown Manhattan because of his really, it's really despicable that in the middle of this crisis, he's talking about cutting Medicare. Cutting Medicaid. And, it just goes to show the cruelty of the capitalist system. In terms of the practicality of how to organize it, it is a bit tricky. It's something maybe a lot of us are not as used to as other kinds of actions. So it's good, it takes a lot of planning, and it's good to, if it's possible, if you're organizing a caravan, to put out a call, not just for people to arrive, but if people can register in advance so you have their contact information, and if you can set up like a WhatsApp thread or some way to communicate so all the cars can stay together with their lights on, that people have their cars decorated and people go really slow and there's a planned out route, that you're not winging it, that you're prepared to communicate. Especially, we had a lot of experience with those caravans in New York and many other cities, I believe, where there's been real police intervention to prevent these caravans from happening when they're organized by revolutionary forces. So you want to have, I think it's really important to set up that communication beforehand, and as much as possible be in touch with drivers before the event happens. And I think if you are able to organize one, if you take that step, you'll be really surprised by the enthusiasm and turnout you get from so many people during these very unprecedented and difficult times. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else want to share any experiences that they've had with car caravans?
Judy, this is Ted. I can say a little bit about Philly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in Philadelphia on May Day, we also had a car caravan that started up in North Philly. We went by the Temple University Hospital in solidarity with nurses and other medical professionals and healthcare workers who walked out on May Day. We swung around to stop by a nursing home. We went through the Richard Allen Homes, which is a traditional public housing area in Philadelphia, and made a couple other stops, including outside of the now shuttered Hahnemann Hospital, which was closed by a hedge fund group because it was a hospital that was found that it was not to be profitable enough. Hahnemann was a hospital really of last resort. Many of its patients were on Medicare and Medicaid, and the owner, Joel Friedman, has since refused to keep the hospital open. So we had multiple speakers. I mean, ultimately, we had between 60 and 70 cars in the car caravan for May Day. We swung by the Whole Foods on South Street in solidarity with Whole Foods workers and striking Amazon workers. And, you know, I just want to echo some of the things that Nate raised in terms of it can be logistically difficult to organize these car caravans, but the payoff is great. The reaction of being able to see people on the street driving by is really inspiring. Just some advice that I would certainly recommend is make sure that every car in the caravan is decorated with lots of signs and flags. Honk and make a lot of noise as you're driving through the city or the area that you're doing a car caravan. We were lucky in that we had a lot of police presence at the start, but they sort of tapered off and lost interest by the end. But one thing that I think could be very useful is if you have a couple, one or two, depending on the size of your car caravan or more, bicyclists alongside you to sort of monitor traffic and interruptions with other vehicles and sort of ward off the police. And also one thing that we did is, you know, throughout the entire caravan, we had a Zoom conference call going so that people outside could tune in and keep track of the progress of the car caravan as we went throughout our day. It's an interesting form of protest. It comes with its unique challenges, but it's one of the ways that we can still do things while socially distancing. That's all.
Thank you so much, Ted. Well, we are really at this point, I think we're going to close down our Q&A, and except we were wondering if any comrades have any final words that they might want to say before we introduce the slideshow and the music. So are there any comrades that might want to make final remarks? Okay, looks like Tony has something. Go ahead, Tony.
I had to figure out how to get back on. Just a quick point, two quick points after my report. I didn't talk about the DPRK. I didn't find as many examples of the things I was talking about, like door-to-door, which I really wanted to sort of communicate. But I did find out that they did respond to the crisis very, very early. In late January, they shut down their border with China. They quarantined people who had traveled from China to the DPRK, and they quarantined diplomats for about a month. And they're reporting zero deaths of COVID. And of course, the bourgeois media is treating that with disdain, the way they treat all of these oppressed countries. Of course, they never mention the great war that's being waged against, say, Venezuela and the DPRK. Both countries are heavily sanctioned. So a lot of the media coverage is like, oh, well, they're really going to get hit hard because their hospitals are in such terrible shape. And, you know, most of the time they're lying, but if there's any truth to it, it's because of the deprivation of resources, especially the Venezuela. They prevent them from selling oil. They've, you know, confiscated their gold through the banks in London. It's just an all-out war. And so most of what you see is propaganda, but I'm sure that DPRK's response has been comprehensive, as they do with everything. Just one more quick point. People may have heard about in China, there was all this propaganda about this person who was trying to warn the authorities, and they hauled him into the police station. And actually, if you read about that, he was sharing something on social media, and it got out. People reproduced what he shared with his friends, with his colleagues. He wasn't trying to warn the authorities, and he didn't get shut down. He went to the police station and he walked home. So if you read online, you can find out about that and know the truth, but also to turn it around. What happens in the United States? What happened to Chris Smalls when he tried to speak out? What happened to doctors and nurses when they tried to speak out? Dozens of doctors and nurses have been told by their hospitals not to speak out. Jill Nelson, who is a radical in New York City, she wrote "Trump equals plague" on a boarded up thing in New York City, and the cops did arrest her, and they took her into the station where she was for hours. So
Okay.
just the point is to
Thank
turn
you.
that around. Sorry to go on for
Okay,
too long.
thank you so much,
Okay,
Tony.
bye.
I'm so sorry. I should have
That's
given
okay.
you some time.
That's okay.
Okay, so before we close out, first of all, I just want to remind people that that as soon as we close this out, this program out, there was going to be a slideshow with music, which will be for about maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then we will have another session with panelists talking about worker resistance to COVID-19 and the economic crisis that will take place at 3:30 your time, 12:30 West Coast time. I want to bring Larry Holmes back on, who would like to make some closing comments for this portion of the program. Larry?
Yes, thank you, comrades. I know that those of you who are not already members of Workers' World Party, or perhaps not members of other organizations, are seriously thinking about what your personal role is, what it can be at this serious, critical moment. And it's sort of like what Comrade Nate, who talked about dialectical materialism a little earlier, the point he was trying to make. Our class is in a very dire crisis, the dying and the suffering on so many levels. The question is, what will they do? What can they do? What will happen sooner or later? And it's a problem. On the other hand, there are opportunities and struggle and revolutionary possibilities that have come on to the world stage and the struggle in this country that did not exist even a short time ago. And even if they did, we did not see them because they were beyond the horizon. Now they are on the horizon. So I just wanted to, underscore this message, which has been central to what so many comrades and friends have said. The workers and the oppressed, my friends, they need us. They need you. They need you now. They need your skills, your devotion, your commitment, what you're going to do with the time that you have, which is all too short and precious in life. They need you now. And your participation can be decisive. It can make the difference between victories. It can make the difference between whether struggles, both small, medium-sized, and large, are victorious. And even when they're not victorious, do we learn lessons? I not only encourage you, I implore you to join our party, to get involved in the workers' struggles from the grassroots. Why? This simple reason: the workers and the oppressed, whether it's Amazon workers, whether it's Native peoples, whether it's migrant workers, whether it's healthcare workers, they need us. They need a strong working class movement The labor movement is necessary. I'm talking about the organized labor movement. But we all know, and we'll talk about it later, there are certain contradictions and problems with the leadership. And that is why we don't look to the leadership of the organized labor movement to be the ones that are going to take advantage of the opportunities for struggle. They will, and some unions are better than others. Sometimes local unions are better than the national unions, and we're aware of that, and that's very important. We want to be with them, but we don't want to be a prisoner of any moderate conservative, we're tied to the Democratic Party baggage that they have. But if history shows us any lessons, I'm talking about the 30s, I'm talking about the 60s, I'm talking about any time there's been an opportunity for movements of the oppressed and the workers to rise up and turn misery and suffering into struggle and victory. Now is that time. But your role is central to that, comrades and potential comrades. Your role is central to that. And so I think that you should join with us. If you're not sure, find out more. And I think that if you're in a position to form a local branch of Workers' World Party, especially in areas where we want to be strong, but we're not strong at the moment, I encourage you to do that. Now needs to be a time of tremendous growth for the revolutionary forces in our movement. And I will end just by saying this, just in case it's a question on your mind. Workers' World Party has very strong views on international questions, on the domestic scene, the national question in racism, the rights of LGBTQ people and women, very, very strongly. And we fight for those in the movement, with those in the movement who we think are not as good as they should be. However, at critical moments like this, we also fight, and this is also another example of a dialectical material contradiction, meaning that you can fight with other forces in the movement at the same time that you're fighting with them. At this critical time, absolutely, we call for maximum unity. We call for all forces in the movement, putting aside particularly small differences, old baggage, so that we can be strong. We're for the movement and everyone connected to it, every organization connected to it on a global basis, becoming better and sharper and wiser and somehow learning through their mistakes and their victories by being together. There's more that we can accomplish and more that we can learn, even if we're having fights with each other, if we're doing it together. That is the history and tradition of our party. We want the movement to be big, even if there are different camps of it. That's okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Larry, and all of the other panelists of this first half of our today's webinar. We will be taking a 20-minute break, coming back at 3:40 Eastern, 12:40 Pacific. In the intermittent period, we will be playing some music and a slideshow. Please, all participants, stay on the call for the next portion of the show. It'll be a lot easier than trying to get back in.
Hi, welcome back to our webinar. My name is Mikasa Matema from the New York City Workers' World Party branch. With me is Diane from Workers' World Party Atlanta.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diane Mathwith, as Mikasi said, and I want to thank everybody for returning after that short break. I hope you've enjoyed the slideshow that had just some of the very few photos from the many struggles that Workers' World Party has initiated and participated in with workers, oppressed peoples, and marginalized communities in the U.S. or internationally, and in defense of countries advancing socialism. We have another tremendous couple of hours of programs, speeches with our comrades and candidates. I do want to make just a couple of reminders as we start this next session. We do have, and you have seen them in the first 2 hours, we do want to remind you that our newspaper, Workers' World, is filled with accounts of campaigns and actions. You're encouraged to go get an online subscription or regularly go to workers.org. You see on your screen that if you're interested, you can get it by email. You also will find on the workers.org site the theoretical article like the one that Larry Holmes wrote for preparation for this extended webinar entitled Pandemic Has Hastened Capital's End. The rest is up to us. We also want to make sure that you are aware, although I know you've seen it a couple of times, but just in case, that there is a form that you can fill out to be able to have one of the comrades here in the party contact you no matter where you live in the United States. And we would be so happy to talk with you about Workers' World, why we think it would be a good thing for you to get to work with us and know us better. And also, as Marcia mentioned, very much the need we have for donations to make it possible for us to continue to do the work that we've been doing really for 60 years. And so there is also a donation information as well, and there it is. So before we begin our panelists, we do want to bring on Comrade Maya X from the Boston branch. Maya is a tremendous cultural worker. She is a revolutionary student, archivist, warrior, Marxist, comrade, and ally. And she's going to open up this second session of the Workers' World webinar with a cultural presentation of spoken word. Thank you so much, Maya.
Greetings, comrades. First and foremost, I just want to salute the ancestors and all whom we've lost on the battlefield in the struggle. Greetings, comrades, allies, community, and others. This piece is an evolving fusion of spoken word and revolutionary thought. As the theme of the conference says, the path forward to socialism, I decided to think about the word path, passage, access, actions. In her poem, Somali writer Washan Shire shared, I held an atlas on my lap, ran my fingers across the whole world, and whispered, where does it hurt? The atlas answered, everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Forward path. Today, in the midst of intersections, crossroads, street corners, cell blocks, in the mountains, skies, and across terrains, I feel the spirits, hear the whispers, and join the symphonies, words, sounds, verbs, everywhere, the path to socialism. The whispers of the atlas is the drum beat, pots and pans, car caravans, work stoppages, defiance, resilience, and solidarized fervor. Liberation warrior Mother Harriet Tubman reminds me, if you hear the dogs, keep going. If you see the torches in the woods, keep going. If they're shouting after you, keep going. Don't ever stop. Path forward. Ho Chi Minh reminds us, the storm is a good opportunity for the pine and cypress trees to show their strength and stability. Their corporate media and televisions are far from social, so we switch the script. The terrain across the atlas holds many paths, stories, tears, battles, voices. Let us carry forward the 10 days that shook the world, the 4 days at Attica, the historic 2006 May Day without immigrants. Carry forward the determined will, sacrifices, and resiliencies of ancestors on ships in shackles, buried in oceans, freedom or death. We are anchored by the collective guidance of revolutionaries worldwide. Hold the compass and continue to light the path for those alongside you and those yet to come. Whatever the instrument, let the world know we will not be silenced. Carry forward the revolutionary tactics nurtured in the Sierra Maestras, for even in retreat, we will never surrender. Carry forward the resistance at Wounded Knee and Standing Rock, free Peltier and all political prisoners. Words, sound, verb, Ubuntu to Uhuru, hasta la victoria siempre, forward ever on the path to socialism. Ashe, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Our next speaker is Devin Cole, a communist born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, now living in Northwest Florida. They are the president of Strive Socialist Trans Initiative, a transgender advocacy organization, and the only organization of its kind for nearly 200 miles around. Devin has been involved with Workers' World Party since 2016 and helped organize the Pensacola branch of Workers' World Party. Devin?
Thank you. Comrades, greetings from occupied Muskogee and Creekland, also known as Northwest Florida. And I want to extend a thank you to Workers' World Party for their continued solidarity with Strive, Socialist Trans Initiative, the anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist transgender organization down here that I am so fortunate to help oversee. Right now, more so than ever, we are living fascism. What I mean when I say that is we are living in a time of fascism that is expanded more than it has ever been before. Simultaneously, we are living in the dying days of capitalism. This contradiction finds itself prevalent in many places. One of the most studied and yet unresearched places where these contradictions sit glaringly is the U.S. South. Once the site of chattel slavery of Africans thought by many ahistorical revisionists and or liberals to have been abolished by the great hand of Lincoln in 1865, the South still serves as a site of deeply rooted continuing fascism through prison for slavery by another name, fascist arms of the state from the police to the Klan to the League of the South, and these often overlap more often than many people think. As we know, cops and Klan go hand in hand, to the continued attacks on Black and brown people through physical, economic, and mental forms of oppression. Following the Emancipation Proclamation from
Oh, no.
Comrade, your sound seems to have gone out.
Additionally, they did nothing to stop the violence. White supremacists, still largely situated in the South as agricultural workers, bosses, and landlords against Black workers. After the movement for Black men to vote gained momentum, gave rise to the Ku Klux Klan, who murdered many abolition leaders, most of them Black people. Although the first KKK had mostly dissolved by the early 1870s, the effects of anti-Black violence and fascism were felt and continue to be felt. W.E.B. Du Bois said of this, the slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, and then moved back again towards slavery. This happened through landlordism, prisons, and capitalism. It is important to note that during the period following Reconstruction, one of the earliest and most well-known struggles against white supremacy was the formation of the doomed Populist Party, which formed out of several other populist-leaning parties. It's called the People's Party. And I do want to specify that I'm referring to after Reconstruction, so as not to erase or downplay the revolutionary African slave revolt prior to the abolition of chattel slavery. So the People's Party is heavily outlined in the book by Workers' World Party founding member Vince Copeland, Southern Populism and Black Labor. The downfall of this party, as Copeland points out, is that the party, despite expressing some unity for Black and white farmers, still had a white leadership that did nothing for the Black laborer as it did for white labor, which costed its eventual dissolution and absorption by the reactionary Democratic Party. The KKK reformed in early 1920s and led its longest campaign of violence against Black people yet. Situated mainly in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the Carolinas. Despite this, the resistance to their presence was strong. At this point, led mostly by Black sharecroppers, Black laborers, groups such as the Alabama Communist Party formed, which existed from 1928 to 1951. This party was formed and led by said sharecroppers and laborers and fought back against Klan members, landlords, and anti-Black labor practices. The dissolution of the ACP happened only because of McCarthyism. Today, the Klan still exists and claims over 2,000 members, especially down here in the South where I live. They're not as direct as they once were. They are bosses, they are law enforcement officers, they are soldiers in the imperialist US military, and they are landlords. They are joined by many newer fascist groups that seem to routinely spring up here in the South regularly. They enjoy heavy presence on media and social media to spew anti-Black, racist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic. With every intention of winning and crushing fascism, giving rise to a better liberated world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devin. I forgot to introduce myself after I was talking about the slideshow and some of the reminder announcements. So my name is Diane Mathowitz, and I will be facilitating this second part of our webinar with Comrade Makasi. So I'm a retired union auto worker who worked for 30 years on General Motors assembly lines in Atlanta and in New York State. I currently produce and co-host the Labor Forum, a weekly radio program on WRFG 89.3 FM in Atlanta. And I've been a member of Workers' World Party since 1972, and I'm on the party's field staff and other national bodies. So I want to go ahead. We have a second speaker on this question of what is fascism and how to fight it, and it's Comrade Scott. So Comrade Scott is an organizer with the Philadelphia branch of Workers' World Party. He uses the pronouns he, him, and he is a member of the Workers' World Party Executive Committee and the field staff. Scott has helped to organize many significant campaigns and mobilizations, including a major demonstration in Philadelphia against the white supremacist Proud Boys, and protests against the Democratic National Convention that took place in Philadelphia in 2016, missing it by a decade. Anyway, so Comrade Scott, would you please continue our conversation about fascism and how to fight it?
Thanks, Diane, and thanks to all the comrades. You know, if I were at a party conference with you all, I would start right with a big chant, something about how the cops and the Klan go hand in hand, as our comrades have talked about before. And so it's, you know, but unfortunately, I can still feel that revolutionary energy, but unfortunately, we're distant because we have to be. Well, comrades, you know, we are at a great crossroads in the history of humanity. And as we all know, you know, this pandemic and the social and economic crises caused by it, it's really kind of the most significant moment for for kind of younger people, I think, you know, myself, in our entire lives. In many ways, the challenges that we are facing, though, are only a precursor, only a beginning to what we're going to be talking about with this great existential threat, which is the climate crisis and kind of the real questions facing the future of humanity. This is the beginning of the end for capitalism and for the US empire. The great contradictions are sharpening. Clearly, our society within it has the potential for life and for death, but ultimately the question of which class rules will continue to define the future of humanity and the road to socialism. The question facing us now, we have a question in front of us as far as this meeting goes, which road to socialism, is really the question: socialism or genocide? Socialism or mass death, whether you're talking about humanity or the rest of life on Earth. Politically, this boils down to a question of socialism or fascism. We're all living the statistics. 33 million people have filed for unemployment. April saw the fastest rise in unemployment ever in the history of the statistics by the US Labor Department. Labor force participation rate, the number of adults who are working. This number, you know, including the unemployed, it's a number of all adults who are either looking for jobs or have jobs. That number is basically at its lowest number in recent history. where 60% of people are looking for are either employed or looking for jobs, and only about 50% of adults in this entire country are employed at all. Another important fact: millions of small businesses have been closing. Their estimates are that 7.5 million small businesses might never reopen in this country. The bourgeoisie is facing an epic collapse. This class, which is often referred to as the upper middle class, has no independent future. They must decide to be on the side of the increasingly violent and desperate ruling class, or to join the ranks of the working class and to fight for workers' control over the economy and the government. Meanwhile, trillionaire to be Bezos and the ruling class continue to get richer. All of this must come at the expense of the working class and of the more privileged small bourgeoisie. Following decades of neoliberal destruction of these middle classes and the working class in the imperialist world, it's given the social fodder to the rise of right-wing extremism. White men terrorists, which we've seen strike, in basically every imperialist country across the world, have been radicalized by the growing crisis of capitalism. And frankly, this is only the beginning of the terror of fascism. The USA, through its quote-unquote heritage of white supremacy, of genocide, of colonialism, of slavery, of national oppression, paired with the most violent ruling class ever, provides a potent social base for fascism. The small bourgeoisie, those who make a living off of exploiting labor, as well as those kind of specialized skills like lawyers and doctors and managers, etc. This class is the one that's most prone to being for fascism. And it's a real challenge for us in our organizing. Meanwhile, right-wing billionaires are funding fake reopen movements to fight for people's right to get a haircut, to play golf, to drink beer at a bar. They are trying to recruit the middle class and the working class to their campaign of genocide, of racism, and capitalism. We must not let them win. Meanwhile, we're seeing the massive growth of the state, meaning that fascists will have employment, right? In Philadelphia, the only budget increase we're going to see next year is for the cops. Same with the federal budget. We're going to see the growth of the military at the expense of everything else. The real question, and the big question facing us today in general, of course, we said, is what road to socialism and how to defeat the rise of fascism? I think we all know that defeating fascism has nothing to do with Joe Biden. In reality, it has a lot more to do with John Brown. We will not be quiet while these fascists mobilize. We must continue to think of new efforts and new ways to organize to provide an outlet for the revolutionary anger of the working class and the other classes impacted by this crisis. We know capitalist democracy cannot last. Just like Nate said earlier, everything has a beginning and an end. The Democrats and the Republicans, their rule will not last forever. And we know that, as this class struggle intensifies, where will it go? How will we end this? We're talking all about it today. We're talking about how we're going to organize the working class into unions, into community organizations, into revolutionary parties like ours. The working class in the US has the power to change human history. The same boss that exploits the workers in the US is the one oppressing and exploiting workers in the entire world. The US working class must be victorious against its enemies. And basically, the real question facing humanity is what will happen here and whether or not there will be a revolution. I'm just going to end by saying, Workers' World Party knows how to fight fascism, whether it's with lead pipes, whether it's banners and agitational literature, whether it's our incredible ability to speak to our class. We are ready. And we must continue like we did a couple years ago in Philadelphia, when we helped mobilize 5,000 workers who met these 10 cowardly Proud Boys in the streets and shut down their rally. We must continue this great tradition of militantly fighting fascism. And we must also dive deeper into our class with a strategy for leading a political struggle against the ruling class and to defeat capitalism. Workers' World Party has been filled with the best professional revolutionary fighters for our global class and across the world. We must continue to find ways to build worker solidarity, to build workers' assemblies, to deepen our ties to the mass organizations and sectors of our class that are fighting back against dead-end capitalism. And as the famous song goes, you fascists are bound to lose. Mild in manner, bold in matter, but always fighting racism, white supremacy, and all forms of oppression, we will build a workers' world. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Dante Strovino. He's an international representative for the United Electrical Workers Union and has worked with the North Carolina Public Services Union, UE Local 150, for over 15 years. He's on the coordinating committee of the Southern Workers Assembly and a member of the Durham branch of Workers' World Party. Dante?
Greetings, comrades. As you know, Comrade Devin started us with, I'm bringing greetings here from Durham, an occupied land of the Eno, Shikori, and the Okinichi Band of the Saponi Nation. And, you know, as this coronavirus continues to have massive impacts on people's health, and as some businesses remain closed, we're also seeing a simultaneous crisis of the capitalist system itself, which is characterized by the overproduction in major sections of our capitalist economy, such as energy production, like fracking and gas, seeing the gas prices go down, overproduction in hospitality industry and tourism, and a major overproduction in the transportation sector. We're seeing this is going to continue to spiral through the entire capitalist economy, having major impacts on tax revenues of local governments, leading to major cuts in social services at the local level as the working class continues to bear the brunt of the hit. Yet, as workers are forced to work in dangerous working conditions, we have seen an explosion of workers' strikes all across the country. This past week, we saw this 200th wildcat strike that has happened related to COVID-19 safety issues since March 1st. From football jersey workers who are now converted to be PPE makers, to poultry workers, to bus drivers, to Amazon warehouses and Whole Foods and other grocery workers, we are seeing essential workers striking across all essential industries, taking their lives into their own hands. Many manufacturing plants, whether it's auto or textiles or meatpacking or others, are now being forced to open up without any written agreements between their unions or the workers and the bosses, which means workers are forced back into terribly dangerous environment, risking their lives. On Tuesday, April 28th, which the labor movement historically commemorates as Workers' Memorial Day, and as we were mourning the death of 61,000 people due to the coronavirus, Trump refusing to command industries to produce necessary healthcare equipment like ventilators and surgical masks, instead invoked the Defense Production Act, forcing open meatpacking factories across the country. No matter the risk to poultry workers, to hog slaughtering workers, to meatpacking workers who are working in cool, damp environments that have proven to be major hotspots for infection and death. Just this past Wednesday, labor leaders were honoring the life of Celosa Mendoza, an immigrant union leader who died of COVID-19 after warning his coworkers of the danger. He had migrated from Veracruz, Mexico, and was working in a processing line in a chicken plant in Forest, Mississippi, where he started for $6 an hour before he organized the union. And we've seen this industry being raided by ICE, responding to the organized efforts of workers across the industry. This past May Day, over 4,000, as of this past May Day, over 4,000 meatpacking workers have died due to the virus. Of course, with the largest concentration of plants being in the US South and the Midwest. In North Carolina, where I am alone, 982 workers have tested positive at 20 meatpacking plants across 20 counties. This is a massive crisis. We have, in the Southern Workers Assembly, a Southern-wide network that we're a part of, we have launched a Safe Jobs, Safe Lives campaign to support the struggles of workers across the South to organize at their workplace for safety and power. We've been concentrating most recently on workers in meatpacking, but also in bus and transit to lift up their struggles and to help them fight their company. Bus drivers in transit have also been a major source of strikes and workplace action during this period in response to the conditions they face. In New York City alone, 98 transit workers had died as of May 1st. A video of a Black transit bus driver, Jason Hargrove in Detroit, who called out coughing passenger on social media, was transformed into a media ad calling attention to the toll the virus is taking on Black people across the US. Hargrove died 11 days after he reported this video. The Southern Workers Assembly has been in touch with striking bus drivers and meatpacking workers striking nurses and city workers and others across the South. Most recently, we held a very successful webinar where we included Greg Rohde, the president of ATU Local 725 in Birmingham, who led a strike, a work stoppage of his coworkers to fight for safety. As we're seeing across many cities, Richmond, Virginia, Greensboro, North Carolina, and many across the country as transit workers strike for their lives. One of the things these two industries hold in common is that they are overwhelmingly Black and brown. More than half of meatpacking workers nationally are Latinx. Just more than half of the nation's transit workers are people of color. And roughly 30% Black, 15% Latinx, and 65% over the age of 45. Of course, this crisis is having a disproportionate impact on Black and brown and older workers. The Southern Workers Assembly, we lift up a major slogan that was first stated by Sam Marcy, founder of our party, that if you have a union, fight to make it fight. If you don't have a union, fight to get one. And that is exactly what we're doing across the South. We are including building up solidarity, citywide structures, such as local workers' assemblies, that can help workers create a space to speak out, speak bitterness, to challenge their boss, and to get support for their struggles, but also to see their fight as part of a larger struggle against the capitalist system. In the Southern Workers Assembly, we're going to continue to unite and fight and build workers' assemblies, and we look forward to support and working with you comrades across the country as we fight coronavirus and build a workers' world. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dante. Yeah, workers' assemblies are so important. The U.S. claims to be a democracy, but this claim is totally divorced from the reality of class struggle. The wealthy ruling class, which owns most of our economy through the stock market and banking system, also has a complete ownership of our electoral process. The politicians we elect are the servants of capitalists who will never do anything to harm the interests of their masters. This is not a democracy. It is a dictatorship of the rich. True democracy would reflect the popular will of the masses, the bulk of which belong to the working class. Socialist revolutions aim to control the means of production, the levers which control our economy, and establish rule by the working class. That's why workers' assemblies are so important, because they can become an engine of workers' democracy and workers' control over the economy. The history of socialist revolutions is the history of this kind of political base building. Before the October Revolution of 1917, workers organized into political bodies to control their political and economic lives. This went beyond unionizing. Workers' councils, even without the sanction of the government, decided the most important political questions of the time. They were a government and a state unto themselves, a workers' state which fought for the interests of their class. Just as in 1917, the problems we face today can only be solved by a united working class. We need workers' assemblies to take control of our economy. We need healthcare and housing to fall under the control of workers' assemblies. If a business decides its workers are essential, then it's essential that workers' assemblies control that business. This is what we mean when we say all power to the workers' assemblies. As Dante stated, comrades in Workers' World Party's Durham branch have already taken the lead in building workers' assemblies. Their workers are banding together and vowing to organize the South. But that movement is spreading. The movement is spreading because workers understand that if we don't organize, we won't win. Workers understand that if we turn away from building a mass base, we are conceding victory to the ruling class. And workers understand that in this moment in history, we can't accept defeat. We have to demand victory. We have to do this now. Non-union workers must be unionized, and unionized workers must be radicalized. Tenants, apartment blocks, and entire neighborhoods must be brought together to fight landlords, developers, and police oppression. Socialists must seed ourselves throughout the working class to provide political education, agitation, and organization. Comrades, this is our moral duty, to unite the working class, to build a workers' democracy, and to use all of our energy to defy the capitalist ruling class. Thank you.
Thank you, Makasi. And we will be continuing with this panel on workers' resistance to COVID-19 and the economic crisis. Next, the workers at Whole Foods and Amazon have inspired low-wage workers everywhere. with their determined and bold actions to win PPE, decent wages, and safe working conditions. Speaking on Surviving at Whole Foods Amazon is Megan Murray. Megan, using the pronouns they, them, is a member of the Philadelphia branch of Workers' World Party and a front-end worker at Amazon's subsidiary, Whole Foods Market. They are involved in the struggle for safe working conditions and fair compensation for Amazon workers and all essential workers, particularly during the COVID-19 crisis. Please welcome Megan Murray.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you to all the other panelists for your powerful words. So we are sort of taught that resources flow down in our society, that money trickles down, that taxes redistribute wealth from the rich to the poor, and so on. The lie of this downward economic flow serves to hide the massive upward flow that characterizes the capitalist economy in reality. Even in the midst of a pandemic, this upward flow has neither reversed nor ceased. Indeed, the ruling class is finding new ways to gouge workers, as in the case of Amazon. As Diane mentioned, I worked for Whole Foods, an Amazon subsidiary. Deemed an essential worker, I continued to go to work through this pandemic while most people shelter in the comfort of their homes. My coworkers and I have been asked, or rather demanded, to put our lives on the line for $17 an hour, which includes an additional $2 an hour raise that was implemented on March 16th as hero pay. Despite the fact that the US is nowhere near the end of this pandemic, Amazon announced this past week on May 14th that they will be cutting our additional $2 an hour raise starting on June 1st. One day after that announcement, as some people have mentioned, headlines read, Jeff Bezos set to become first trillionaire. To add insult to injury, Whole Foods has launched a national ad campaign thanking its team members. The ads read, "Essential doesn't begin to describe what you mean to us. Thank you, team members." As if that wasn't enough, Whole Foods has shipped out t-shirts for team members that say hero on them. I'm wearing mine right now. They're very real. That's what you do when you don't care about your workers. You cut their pay and their hours, demand they put their lives at risk on the job, then give them a free t-shirt, hoping they'll forget you ever wronged them. Neither Whole Foods nor Amazon employees are unionized in the US. Despite this, the companies have found themselves met with a wave of organizing and action among frontline workers since the start of the COVID-19 crisis. Amazon's response, of course, rather than starting a dialogue or expressing an interest in meeting demands, has been to fire organizers, including Chris Smalls, who organized a walkout and protest of unsafe conditions at a Staten Island Amazon warehouse. Despite claiming that Smalls' termination had nothing to do with his organizing, leaked transcripts from a meeting of Amazon executives reveal a plan to smear Smalls as the face of the whole movement to unionize, calling him not smart or articulate, a clearly racist comment made about Smalls, who is Black, as so many essential workers are. While many still fear this kind of retaliation, Amazon's scare tactics and intimidation have only strengthened the movement among Amazon workers and essential workers generally. Even higher level corporate Amazon employees are speaking out against Amazon's anti-union practices and culture of fear. Amazon's VP recently resigned, citing Amazon's firing of organizing workers as the reason for his resignation and calling Amazon a quote-unquote chicken shit company. Let's talk about contradictions. By firing and intimidating workers who organize and advocate for themselves, Bezos is actually teaching his workers two things. One, that he doesn't care about us, and two, that he's actually afraid of us. Margaret Thatcher's famous quote about the problem with socialism being that you eventually run out of other people's money is actually a fundamental mechanic of capitalism, one that ensures the perpetual return of crisis, or the business cycle, as bourgeois economists deceptively call it. The problem with gutting the people, though, for all that they have in order to subsidize a ruling class breathing its last dying breaths is that you can't pour from an empty cup. Eventually, the ruling class runs out of working people's money. The current crisis is fundamentally one of the system that relies on workers' labor and ability to spend, yet undermines and destroys that very foundation in its inherent and incessant pursuit of profit. Even with no end to this pandemic in sight, with no voice in the decisions that are quite literally of life or death significance, life for us essential workers still goes on, at least if we're lucky. Tomorrow's shift will come along with the bills and the rent, and that's why, despite all of the factors stacked against us, despite the fact that we are facing up against one of, if not the most powerful and wealthy corporations to ever exist without even a formal union to protect us, despite all of that, we're still fighting. And even though we have not yet won the war, we're winning battles. Each protective and compensatory measure we win is a result of our struggle and a response to the threat of our collective action. In conclusion, I'll share a Frantz Fanon quote that speaks to me. Fanon said that each generation must discover its mission, either fulfill it or betray it in relative opacity. Only through struggle will that opacity give way to clarity, critical perception, and eventually victory. Without a path set forward, it's our job as workers and revolutionaries to clear one ourselves and to build a workers' world. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vincent Tessetta, who's been organizing with People's Power Assembly for almost 2 years and began their candidacy with the party in New York City last spring. Since the COVID quarantine began, they've been working alongside friends and roommates to organize a tenants association fighting for rent forgiveness during the current massive unemployment. Vincent?
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
I would like to start with an acknowledgement to the Lenni Lenape Nation, whose land I am broadcasting to you from, and to the Palestinian Nakba, both representing struggles against the ruling class's violent and greedy obsession with land and private property. Since the seizing of the commons, the ruling class has used their grip on private property to force us into exploitation. Either pay them over half our earnings or be cast out to fend for yourself. Systematically eliminating the commons resulted in deconstructing our communal societies rooted in mutual aid and collective security. Even now, amidst unprecedented unemployment affecting US 36.5 million workers caused by the COVID crisis, the landlords and the banks are still demanding rent and mortgage payments while knowing the economic reality of their tenants. The only way to address their aggression is the same way that our class has since the days of the commons, to organize. At the start of the COVID crisis, one of the initial anxieties to emerge on everybody's mind was how are we going to be able to pay rent? We tapped into the growing rent strike networks across New York City and immediately began organizing our building to form a tenants association to strengthen ourselves against the anticipated intimidation from our landlord to pay on April 1st. With the mentorship of veteran labor organizers in the party, we began to do outreach to every apartment in our building. Once everyone was connected, we were having regular calls to agitate for our dignity and demands of no rent payments while we are unemployed due to COVID, educate on renters' rights and housing law, inoculate for the landlord's backlash, organize committees and collaborations between other tenants unions throughout the city, and unionize around class solidarity. We formed an outreach committee to start organizing other buildings owned by the same landlord, and our association now represents 3 total buildings and numerous tenants in other properties. From the start, we as an association have framed our demands to the landlord about working together, landlord and tenants, to lobby the New York State government for rent and mortgage forgiveness. Despite extending our solidarity to the landlords, their response, as expected, has been to try and buy people out, threaten us with legal proceedings, and intimidate people by discrediting our tenants association. On April 1st, 40% of New York City and 1/3 of the entire United States did not pay rent. Seizing the commons resulted in a loss of communal support, but this can be reverted as more and more members of our class are directly brought into the struggle and directly have to regain community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I'd also like to thank our viewers for their interest in Workers' World Party and viewing our webinar. I'd like to let you know that there's another webinar that's scheduled for Saturday, May 23rd, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific time. That's organized by the Healthcare Workers Caucus of Workers' World Party. Again, that's Saturday, May 23rd. More information will be put up online.
And in fact, our next panelist is a member of the Healthcare Workers Caucus of Workers' World Party. So Tegan Strauss is, using the pronoun she, her, is a trans woman, an emergency medical technician, otherwise known as an EMT, and a member of the Central Texas branch of Workers' World Party. She is a veteran of the U.S. Navy who hopes to live in service to workers and the oppressed against the empire. Hagen, please take the stage.
Hi, thank you, Diane, and good afternoon, comrades. I appreciate being given the chance to speak on such a critical topic as healthcare in the so-called United States. Many comrades have already spoken of the current conditions within the healthcare sector, so I'll save us from rehashing what we already know, that capitalists are using the pandemic as an opportunity to monopolize, undermine what few rights we have, and bleed us workers dry. Now, for the most part, current efforts to organize healthcare workers around the capitalist response to COVID-19 have been limited to trade unionism, with the bulk of attention and organizational efforts being placed on doctors and nurses. Within the party, we support these organizational efforts while recognizing that they are not enough. The formation of a healthcare workers caucus that includes people not typically regarded as healthcare workers, hospital laundry workers, massage therapists, patient technicians, workers in assisted living facilities, etc., represents only a launching point. What is in dire need to create a healthcare system that cares more about patient health than profits is not just a socialist economic revolution, but a cultural one. The US medical system was born by a white supremacist and eugenic ideology, the ideology and culture of capitalism and settler colonialism. To join our comrades in Cuba on the path towards a communist economic and healthcare system, we must begin the process of divorcing medical care from its capitalist base. Medical professionals must immerse themselves in their communities and organize health clinics that are controlled by the people and completely reject the capitalist nonprofit methods. Now, I'll refrain from going into specifics, but we must also keep in mind that we need to include actions that subvert the capitalist system for the benefit of our patients at personal risk to our own safety, our licenses, things like that. Our medical theories also need to be rooted in dialectical materialism instead of this liberal ideology we use today. That if living environmental and cultural conditions our patients live in are negatively impacting their health, then our duty is to fight to change them, just as we would a bacterial infection. That disease doesn't exist in isolation. People don't get sick just randomly. Like environmental racism plays a large role in cancer rates and things like that, and that all needs to be taken into account, and we need to step up and fight those things. We need to struggle also with our co-workers who hold backwards positions and combat all instances of racism, sexism, transphobia, and other forms of bigotry in medicine. I believe that if we organize the people and take the steps necessary to eliminate capitalist ideology and culture, that the natural empathy and desire to help others that so many of us healthcare workers have will overcome this murderous system of capitalist healthcare. That we can establish a healthcare system which allows people who really do want to care for their patients to do it to the fullest of their abilities. That we can eliminate the idea of a profit-based medicine where before you even see a patient, profits are considered before anything else, without even knowing what they have, their name, or anything like that. Decisions are made for us ahead of time, just based in the amount of patients we have to take care of, the amount of time we have for each patient, what treatments are available to them based on like whether or not they can pay, the fact that like we don't have PPE because our economic system doesn't want to produce it. They still want to make things that are completely non-essential in exchange for profits. So yeah, like fundamentally, I think that having a system where people are in control of their healthcare, that communities can control the outcomes and the methods and theories of medicine is what's going to get us on the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Siddiqa Dejia. Siddiqa is a member of our New York City branch. She's an experienced labor organizer and an organizer with the People's Power Assemblies. Siddiqa?
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about mutual aid. And mutual aid is solidarity, not charity. It is something where communities take on responsibility for caring for one another. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to start over. Mutual aid. So mutual aid is solidarity, not charity. It is something where communities take on the responsibility for caring for one another rather than forcing individuals to fend for themselves. Mutual aid has always been done by people of color, communities to survive, whether it's written in history books or not. The most well-known mutual aid projects have been done by the Black Panther with their breakfast programs and health programs, and even by the Young Lord when they took over Lincoln Hospital in the 1970s. However, mutual aid is done in every facet of community life, from starting a money pool to having a drop-off system for kids in school to having food serves and etc. Communities have always band together to care for one another in a way that they often do not consider political, but is in fact very much political. Mutual aid is something that has been used within communities to resist capitalism for years. The left really needs to think about mutual aid as a strategy to organize. They need to think about how mutual aid can be used to build relationship rather than debate if mutual aid should be done if it isn't politicizing anyone. You cannot politicize someone as long as you don't have a relationship and trust within the community and don't show people that another way is possible. The left needs to look at mutual aid as something that is working to dismantle existing harmful system and back their expansion, while knowing that the state will retaliate as they always do. It is with this in mind that the People's Power Assembly, New York City, has been working on a mutual aid project. PPA has been providing bi-weekly groceries to Silas Manor, a New York City-based community that houses blind and visually impaired people and their families. So far, we have provided 96 residents groceries 3 times and are looking to expand the project as many families in Silas Manors are affected by coronavirus and some have died. We are looking to expand and are still accepting donations to continue the project. I can put a link for the GoFundMe in the chat. And as PPA, we are also thinking about how we can use the mutual aid to build up concrete organizing efforts. All leftist groups serious about making change should be thinking about and debating ways to organize their communities, building new approaches while assessing and expanding on existing ones. Organizing is not constant, but ever changing along with capitalism. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a leader of one of the most progressive and militant unions in the United States that exemplifies the concept of working class solidarity. I'd like to introduce Steve Gillis to you, our listeners. He uses the pronouns he, him, and he has been a Boston school bus driver for 35 years. He is the financial secretary and pension plan administrator for the 900 strong members of the United Steelworkers Local 8751. He was elected with the Team Solidarity rank and file slate while fired for 25 months for union activities. Gillis met Workers' World Party in 1981 when party founders Francis and Iron Man Ted Dostal came to speak at his press conference when he refused
to sign up for draft registration. Please welcome Steve Gillis.
Good afternoon. In these dangerous times, I would like to say power to my comrades and to the workers and oppressed of the world. In this panel on workers' resistance, I've taken on the subtitle, The Role of a Revolutionary Party in this time of incredible ferment. Local 8751 has three advantages during this pandemic when going to work on the front lines is a daily exercise of confronting the life or death realities of the class struggle. The founders of Workers' World Party saw the fight against racism in the settler colonial state as decisive to the global class struggle. When in 1974, racist mobs began a violent war that lasted 2 decades, targeting Black and brown children on school buses, the party dropped everything to mobilize 25,000 anti-racists to Boston on December 14th, 1974, and turn back the fascist mass mobilizations. We decided to get jobs on the front line and organize deep with the drivers. The second advantage that we have is steeled the membership from birth in the anti-imperialist struggle. Our president, Andre Francois, and 90% of the drivers grew up battling US-sponsored death squads in Haiti. Others threw the Portuguese out of their homeland in Cabo Verde. In February, we studied what was going right in China, Vietnam, and Cuba, and what was leading to mass death in for-profit Europe. Throughout, number 3, battling racist mobs, 11 strikes against corporate bosses, and countless political and economic job actions, we've been dressing rehearsal in masks, helmets, gloves, and implements of self-defense for 45 years. So when the mayor summoned us to City Hall on March 12th, we told him to shut the schools because we could not continue to drive 37,000 kids in unsafe conditions. The next day, he shut the city. When the mayor said he needed some of us for emergency operations and the rest of us could go to unemployment, we told him in one voice, nobody drives unless we all get paid. Based on our reputation for throwing down the keys, he ordered our obstructionist employer, Veolia Transdev, to sign a full pay and benefits agreement. When thousands of stranded children couldn't access food, our members, like millions of drivers at Uber, Lyft, and Amazon Flex, were overnight thrown into the monopolized food supply chain. The specter of mass hunger and unemployment is crashing Wall Street and bringing out armed fascists organized by Agriculture Secretary Perdue to reopen the slaughterhouses where tens of thousands of migrant workers have been sickened and murdered. When on the first day of the food delivery program, the bosses tried to gather us inside without PPE, the union channeled Samuel L. Jackson's advice to stay the F outside, or we stay the F home. We forced reorganization of the operation outside into the parking lot, making the company spend thousands of dollars on a canopy tent and touchless restrooms and doors. Steelworkers and Teamster security now command the gate, and various divisions of labor safely distance with loudspeaker communications. PPE, due to the union's intervention, is now available and required for all. Union leaders, some of whom must stay home due to the pandemic's risk factor, have developed new ways to struggle. We meet daily now to share developments, zoom in allies and enemies, and plan next actions for the long term. Instead of mass picket lines, 2 geared up militants with homemade signs and a camera at the gate stopped entrance of a non-compliant boss on Monday. When we celebrated Haitian Flag Day at 6 a.m. at the work site on Thursday, by midnight, we won back full pay for 5 Haitian drivers and their families. When the bosses, infected by class hatred, won't even make warning signs or publish emergency procedures, We do it our own damn selves and put them back up when they rip them down. Comrades and friends, we have just lived that Leninist proverbial decade in a week. In Local 8751, we have taken 3 deadly casualties, and more are sick. But our theory and experience tell us that this could be the beginning of an epoch in a season. Our lives and the future of humanity depend on a central question at this critical time. Where do socialists have the capacity to get deep in struggle with the workers on the front lines, like in the precarious food supply chain, where workers' assemblies, as Comrade Makasi pointed out, can prepare to take control of society, like Local 8751 aims to take control of our own work site. With Trump, Wall Street, and armed thugs in the streets, this week threatening to reopen schools and everything else, Local 8751 is positioning and preparing ourselves for the next struggle to defend our lives and win a better world with the community we serve. As we say, the buses don't roll till the union says go. Power to the workers.
Thanks so much. Power to the workers. Next, we have Minnie Bruce Pratt. Born and raised in Alabama, Minnie Bruce is an anti-racist, white Southern lesbian and one of the managing editors of Workers' World Mundo Obrero newspaper. Why don't you go ahead?
I'm on. So, thank you to all the comrades for your inspiring tales, and especially the comrades in this last section of the panel who spoke on their wonderful, wonderful frontline actions. When I first started writing for Workers' World newspaper, longtime comrade Leslie Feinberg, who's here with us today with the photo over my head, Leslie Feinberg said to me that older comrades always told here, remember, no party action is over until it's written up for the paper. That's because, like the worker resistance we've been hearing about, the newspaper is also an integral gear in Workers' World Party's Marxist-Leninist democratic centralist process. And if you've never seen a copy of Workers' World, I brought one here today. This is the print copy. You can see this is from March, and we were on top of the story, Profit Sanctions Capitalism Spreading COVID-19. Workers' World is also Mundo Obrero. We have Spanish language translations and original material as well. The perspective that the paper is a gear powering democratic centralism actually comes first from V.I. Lenin, from his 1901-02 book, What is to be Done? In one section, Plan for an All-Russian Newspaper, Lenin very sharply argued that a national revolutionary newspaper was needed to effectively accomplish communist organizing in the vast territory of Imperial Russia, including its conquered nations. Lenin argued against social democratic proposals that there should be only local individual newspapers. These democratic socialists predicted that a party structure and ultimately revolution would somehow coalesce out of the small separate efforts. Instead, Lenin advanced a structure for a national revolutionary communist newspaper. First, comrades report on the facts of local conditions from far-flung and disparate locations to the national newspaper. Next, national editorial and political comrades analyze that information from a Marxist perspective to glean insights into the overall current state of the working class under imperialist capitalism. And finally, through the reports chosen and the analyses developed for the national newspaper, The theoretical impact of local reporting circulates back to organizers and readers, and then these undertake again the next round in revolutionary action and reporting. In fact, over 100 years ago, Lenin described Workers' World newspaper. A communist revolutionary newspaper is not only a collective propagandist and a collective agitator, it is a collective organizer. It may be compared to the scaffolding erected around a building under construction. It marks the contours of the structure and facilitates communication between the builders, permitting them to distribute the work and to view the common results achieved by their organized labor. When Workers' World Party was established in 1959, the founders followed Lenin's lead in immediately establishing Workers' World as a national newspaper. The first issue came out March 1959. Now, 60 years later, the paper is still publishing on a daily web basis and in a downloadable weekly PDF print edition. The process Lenin outlined is still that followed by Workers' World Mundo Obrero newspaper. Every week, an appeal for news and suggested articles is sent out to the entire membership and branches, along with an invitation for any comrade or candidate to participate in the weekly national editorial meetings held by phone and web. In these meetings, the editorial staff discusses news and topics of the week from a Marxist revolutionary perspective, and a new issue of the paper is put in motion. These analyses and reports then return to the local level through the newspaper for review, study, and growth in action. For more on Workers' World newspaper and communist organizing, see our online class at workers.org. And final news flash, there is a new dynamic prisoner page in Workers' World, Tear Down the Walls, bringing forward the struggles of incarcerated people as an integral part of the global working class. You can read these stories and more in Workers' World Mundo Obrero every day on workers.org, where as Marxist-Leninist we write it up for the paper. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Minnie Bruce. So that concludes all the panelists in this section on COVID-19 and worker resistance. And we are going to have just a few more speakers before we take on the Q&A. Now, this extended webinar has given space for a number of Workers' World Party members to address critical questions facing anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist revolutionaries convinced that socialism is the future that the people and the planet need. Each member of the party has their own story to tell about what brought them to the conviction that socialism is the answer and why they joined Workers' World Party as the vehicle to advance that goal. So in the next couple of minutes, we're going to have a few of these stories by candidates and new members from 3 branches of the party. So let's start with the first person, Jimmy Aladi, who is a candidate comrade with the Philadelphia branch, who describes himself as a, quote, recovering liberal and a radical in training, and his pronouns are he, him for now. So go ahead, Jimmy.
Thank you, Diane. It's really great to be speaking with all of you. And in 2016, if you were to ask me if I were to be standing here as a potential radical, being a member of the Workers' World Party, I would have laughed at you and thought you were crazy. But as the time and the events of 2016 to 2020 have proven as a result, Sorry. Is everyone still there? Sorry, I just dropped my phone.
Yes, we're here. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, as the 2016 election unfolded, it was one of the worst moments of my life. I just stood in my room. I just cried and cried and cried to sleep, like for a week. And I vowed that Trump was the enemy. I couldn't stand Trump, and I wanted to make sure to get Trump out of office as much as possible and to put another Democrat in the office. But as 2017 rolled around, I realized that Democrats were no better than Republicans. If anything, they're even worse because they put a blue color around fascism. And so, with that in mind, I looked for something that would speak to me in a more tangible, powerful way. And as I searched and searched and searched, eventually I discovered communism, which a friend of mine introduced to me in 2018. And as I went to the meetings and as I met other comrades who were just as passionate about creating a revolution as I was, I realized that this really resonated with me in ways that nothing else has before. And so, as I discovered great theorists such as Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, it really, I understood it. I understood what they were talking about. I understood what they did for the masses, and I want to be a part of that. And so I read the theory. I read State and Revolution. I read Imperialism, the High Stage of Capitalism. I read On Practice. I read On Contradiction. I read everything, and I found it wonderful and amazing. But that wasn't enough for me. For me, I want to put what I've learned directly into practice. Because as Mao said, what is theory without practice? And so I heard about Workers' World Party for years, but for the longest time, I thought the WWP was the enemy. But that was the liberal in me talking. As I really read into their history and I read into like the amazing activists such as Leslie Feinberg, I realized that this was something special, and I really want to be a part of it. So I got in contact with Scott, and the conversation was amazing. And as I went to the meetings, I realized this was one of the greatest things I've ever been a part of, if not the greatest thing I've ever been a part of. The warmth, the inclusiveness of the WWP really spoke to me unlike anything else I've ever seen or been a part of in my life. And so now, like as we enter, sorry, I'm in a really loud place. Sorry, as we're in the middle of a global pandemic, I feel that I feel more optimistic now than I ever been at any period in my life, and I really hope with the great comrades at WWP, I hope I can be a part of something special. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eno Fleury. They joined the Workers' World Party branch in Austin after moving to Central Texas in 2014 from Southeast Louisiana. They've worked to expose the right wing in the area while building networks among the left. Eno, why don't you go ahead?
Hey everyone, thank you, Comrade McCossie, and thanks to all the previous speakers that have come before. I didn't have anything really prepared, so I'll just ad-lib the story and try and keep it brief. But what brought me to Workers' World Party? Well, going back, like McCossie had said, coming from Southeast Louisiana, we're generally, working class people, pretty large, disparity between those who have money and those who are, living on the edge of poverty or, or on the streets. And so that's what I grew up in. My family was a family of truck drivers and offshore workers and the only person in my family with money was my aunt, who was a nurse, and she still is to this day, and they were all very hard workers. But it's also a very conservative area. And, I definitely went through a period of being proudly conservative and right wing. And because that was my family, that was my grandmother, that was our Southern Baptist ways, to be like that. And I always, in the back of my head, there was always this feeling that my experience, fighting to get through public education and fighting for a job, and then my daughter was born, when I was 18, and being, going directly into the workforce and realizing like, oh, like there's a lot more going on, in the background that I'm aware of, but never really understanding like what that is. Why is it? Why are things the way they are? Why do I feel like I could work, 70, 80 hours a week and still have nothing? Why is that? So I certainly went through my liberal period, which was a dirty word where I'm from, but for different reasons than we find it. And fortunately, I was lucky enough that I landed in the radar of friends of mine who were emerging as Marxists and who were already educated. I'm still grateful to this day, for the guidance I was able to get from these old friends, because otherwise, I was certainly headed down the other path. And I'm grateful for where I am today. But to get to present time, me and my wife had moved to Central Texas. She was going to attend grad school here. But, again, once we both got here, realizing that it's just work, work, work all the time. But I started organizing full time. And I was already kind of learning Marxism in the 2010 decade area. But of course, it wasn't, like until the Trump election, the faux election, that I realized like, oh, like this might actually be a very serious situation. And the far right, these people are starting to really escalate their tactics and come out of the woodworks. And so, taking right out of the book of the Black Panther Party, my first instinct was to go like, oh, we need to arm ourselves. Like we need to learn self-defense and be, get a community and keep each other safe. Which, not that those things are inherently bad, but later on, for those who read Huey P. Newton, he's like that wasn't all there was to it. That was just the beginning, and we needed that political education. And that's when the BPP really became Marxist-Leninist. At that point. But for me, there was a lot of growing pains to get to there, and again, I got lucky, and I heard from Scott also. I reached out to the party when I realized like, oh, it's one thing to call myself a Marxist-Leninist, but calling yourself that and being that are two different things, right? It's like calling yourself a doctor but never practicing medicine or actually participating in that field. If you're a Marxist-Leninist and your duty, your job is to be a part of something greater, than yourself, and that's to be in a party and learn what it means to be, in a democratic centralist organization, and to work not just for yourself but for the people and the community. So when I reached out to Workers' World Party, the reason why I did that, I mean, I could have easily went with anyone else. I mean, there was all these other groups out there. I just didn't know it was the free marketplace of ideas, for all I could see. But Workers' World Party really stuck out to me because I noticed like, okay, well, they're putting these oppressed groups first. Like they're making it priority to say like, your voice will be heard, and we're going to make sure we're going to stick to these internationalist, principles, and to be there for oppressed communities and countries that are facing, devastating sanctions. So that was really, it impressed upon my mind, like, okay, I think this is the right path for what I've been looking for. So thankfully, I ended up here, and I have great and wonderful comrades, and every day, every meeting we have, every webinar the party organizes, it just vindicates me. It just validates everything that I thought to be true, and thankfully, I haven't made any regrets. So here I am today, and I'm happy to be here.
No. Oh, Oh, these sweet young comrades. Oh.
All right. Thank you, Eno. Now, our final speaker on why I joined Workers' World Party is someone that I have the privilege of knowing well. And she has always impressed me with her eagerness to learn more about Marxism, Leninism, and how to be a revolutionary. I'd like to introduce Ariel Robinson from Atlanta to all of you who are watching this webinar. Ariel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you all for having me on, and I'm really excited about this. And so, just right quick, I was introduced to Workers' World when I first moved to Atlanta from Derry, New Hampshire, after high school. And I was born and raised in New Hampshire, and being a Black woman, growing up in a predominantly white area, I guess is kind of inevitable that I'd be exposed to the deeply racist society that is inside this country. And so racism radicalized me, and since leaving New Hampshire, I was looking for an organization that would more adequately address the issue of race. And so I was introduced by a Black comrade to Workers' World, and upon joining, I found that I was able to really put radical language and to not just my own experience, but to experiences of Black people in the U.S. and around the globe, and not even just Black people, but all kinds of oppressed groups of people. And so, I learned about the national question, and through the party, I was able to expand my visions and opinions on liberation. Really understand that revolution isn't just a cute a cutesy buzzword. It's actually used to impact actual people's lives. And so through attending my first party conference last year, I learned further about the struggles that transgender people, disabled people, sex workers, women, and many more of the working and oppressed classes face. And so I learned that I didn't struggle alone. I didn't have to struggle alone. And so I joined the party. I'm still a candidate, and so I still decided to be a part of Workers' World because it taught me to put away individualism and realize that all of our struggles are interconnected and we need one another to survive. And so through Workers' World, I learned of revolutionary optimism, and I learned of and met countless freedom fighters inside the party and outside that inspire me and others when times tend to look bleak. And so the party has taught me that socialist revolution is possible and that people can work together for the common good because humanity is not inherently selfish. And I've also learned that, yes, history is Marxist, and it is important to read and study to be able to make revolution possible. And so I enjoy looking through demonstration photos from the 1960s and 70s and 80s and more because oftentimes there's a party sign there. And so I love seeing it because I think it shows the commitment that the party shows in support to the oppressed and working classes. And I'm honestly really glad to be alive today with some of those people from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and even before then. And so I joined Workers' World because I believe that we can make those party slogans possible. And so, yeah, I'd love to be a part of building a Workers' World. So, yeah, thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, Ariel. So we now have come to the part of the agenda where we are going to see about a Q&A. So there is a button at the bottom of your screen that says Q&A. You can type in a question or two or three, depending on how many you have. We do have someone who is assisting Makasi and I in trying to go through those questions. So we will open the floor now if there's someone who has a question, and we will ask our panelists if they can respond to it.
Questions are on the Google Doc, Diane.
Oh, but I'm not there.
Well, hopefully one of you is there.
Yeah, so actually
thank you.
Yeah. So the first question we have here is, what concretely is Workers' World Party's vision of a way for this country to get from here to socialism? We start socialist businesses, services, and other organizations and be prepared to fight back when the greed heads and dupes open fire on us? Or is this a question that's not answerable? Do we need to just educate and see how it happens? So if any of our panelists would like to get on, maybe turn on their video, if they'd like to try answering this question. I can go ahead, actually, because I think it's a fantastic question. You know, people talk a lot about general strikes. It's something that's come up over the last couple of years. I think I've heard it spoken of a lot. And the thing is, like, how do you actually do a general strike that really makes an impact on the capitalists? You have to organize your way to that. You know, you have to organize so many, such significant swaths of the working class that if they were to all go on strike, that it would just seize up the economy. So I think part of the path of getting to socialist revolution is organizing in depth and breadth the working class. And then the second part of that, I think, is that when you're organizing the working class, when you've got all those people, how do you direct them? We talked a lot about workers' assemblies. How do you lead them to attack the capitalist class? I was just reading something by Sam Marcy recently. He had a book, High Tech Low Pay, wrote a while back, and he was talking about that there's a legal precedent, for example, as one of the tactics that, you know, workers can say that they can take control of the business that they work at and call it basically an interest payment, because workers, of course, are advancing their labor ahead of actually being paid. They do the work and essentially make a loan to the capitalists and then get paid later. And it was a really clever legal idea, but it's one of those tactics where it's like workers have to take control. Like the businesses that that we work for should belong to us. We should be in control of them, and that, I think, is a big part of getting there. But I don't know. It's a complicated question. I thought it was a great question. Hopefully that helped a little bit.
Cassie, I'm counting on you to see the questions because I'm not on the.
No problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some of the other questions, and we'll see if any of the panelists want to jump on and answer. You can just turn on your screen if you're interested in answering the question. So the second question I see here is that during this time, many companies will be declaring bankruptcy based on corporate bottom lines. They could be nationalized for little cost and kept profitable on the basis of a social bottom line. What is your opinion on nationalizing these companies? Okay, so would any of our panelists like to address that question?
Okay, I would like to but also to the last question.
Yes, Scott, why don't you go ahead?
So I will try to make this as quick as possible. Thanks, everyone. You know, the question of nationalization, you know, it's an interesting one because it raises the question of who should own the property. there's also, we need to take it in the context of the society that we're living in. When the capitalist government nationalizes an industry, it tends to do so in order to subsidize other industries instead of serving the needs of the people. I mean, it's a real question of who will control this industry and who will benefit from its nationalization. So just the capitalist government nationalizing it is not exactly the end-all be-all for a socialist kind of transition. The question of which road to socialism, or what road to socialism, is the first question. Kind of, that's how I took it. Is there a parliamentary road to socialism? Are we supposed to be building a mass electoral socialist party? Or are we supposed to be organizing in the unions? Are we supposed to be preparing for a civil war? There's a lot of different routes to socialism. So I think that's a really great question. We can invest in a crystal ball and hopefully see the future, but I think it's a challenge is to really find immediate ways to be helpful to our class and build kind of workers' organizations and unions in different ways that we can intervene in the struggle now.
Thanks, Scott. So this question I'd like to address to Steve. If you want to get on, what is the relationship of Workers' World Party to organized labor, to the organized labor unions? What role should a revolutionary party play? So Stephen or any of our union members can jump on and provide an answer for that.
So I'm wondering whether Dante or Steve are still on with us. If you are, please unmute and come onto the screen. Otherwise, there's a question that we've gotten. I understand it's number 5, and I can't see what that is, but I know it has something to do with the issue of sexism and maybe homophobia. So it's a
question
about,
number. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Diane, I just wanted to read.
So perhaps Minnie Bruce or Megan could answer that.
Yeah, the question is, how does the left movement take up the question of gender and ableist discrimination and violence?
I've been told that Megan, maybe she had to go to work, isn't on. Yeah. Minnie Bruce, would you like to take that on?
I am on. I've changed where I'm sitting, but I'm still the same person. So, well, the left is a big category, right? So I'll talk about what Workers' World Party, our position and our strategy for dealing with issues around gender and sexuality discrimination. I'd rather that perhaps someone who's involved with the Disabilities Caucus talk more about disability work. From the very beginning, the party has had a very strong position that is rooted in Engels' writings on the formation of the state and the status of women in the world, that traces the oppression of women all the way back to so-called prehistoric times, that is, history that began with class history. Before that, the fact that there was the commons, as Vincent has talked about, and there was common need for survival that brought about common cooperation in the original peoples of the world as we arose into our species. And that lasted for, tens of thousands of years until the rise of class society. So that is the foundation for the party's position. What it has meant practically has been a consciousness to work against sexism, remnants of that in the party. Party is like any other group of people that come together who've been raised in an oppressive society. We have attitudes and thoughts that have to be dealt with that are backward, and sexism is certainly one of those, and gender phobia is certainly one of those. So that's been something that's been consciously dealt with throughout the history of the party. There have been moments when that has been a sharper struggle than others, often coinciding with the rise in the larger movement of struggle around women's issues and around gender issues. The party has made a contribution to this struggle, a very significant contribution to this struggle, in the work of Comrade Leslie Feinberg, who was the first Marxist theoretician of transgender issues, transgender being used by Leslie in the broader sense of that term, meaning what we might say now, gender nonconforming, gender fluid, people who defy the gender binary, trans people, and so forth. So in her book, Transgender Warriors, Leslie laid out a Marxist interpretation of the development of trans oppression in tandem with oppression against people who we would say now were biological women or cisgender women, and how those two struggles are linked in the historical development of the oppression and now have to be linked in the fighting against that oppression within our movements. That is one of the reasons that you'll find that topic in Workers' World candidate classes, theoretical reading, as well as practical efforts to fight against oppression based on sexuality, oppression based on gender, women's and nonconforming people's oppression. I think that's enough. If people want to ask more questions, I can talk more, but I think that's enough for right now. I'm gonna turn my video off.
Thanks. So this is just another reminder that on May 23rd, the Healthcare Caucus is having a webinar. So please tune into that. You can go online for more information.
Makasi?
Yes.
Can I just say just one or two, take a 1 minute to sort of follow on Minnie Bruce for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Workers' World Party understands that just because you come into a revolutionary party, it doesn't mean that you leave any backward ideas behind, because we live in the largest imperialist country in the world. White supremacy and misogyny and LGBTQ two-spirit bigotry exist and has existed for many, many years, from centuries all the way back, as Minnie Bruce explained, in terms of the origins of women and really LGBTQ oppression. So when you come into the party, all we ask is that you have a willingness to do everything you can to change those ideas, any backward ideas. And we know it's a process. That's why we really stress political education, and also to show political solidarity, with those who have been suffering from special oppressions from the time they, for many, many years. And so we have a process upon which, comrades can do this, but the political education is something that we really want to stress when it comes to these special oppressions that people who come into the party experience. They share how best to do this because they have lived it. And so, and we have protocols now in terms of how to deal with these backward ideas that do not come from individuals but come from society. And so it's something that, as Minnie Bruce was saying, our candidates have to go through this process. But in general, all of our comrades go through this process. We're all learning together, especially in this age of social media, where everything is so transparent. And so we have to be transparent as well when these problems do arise. So anyway, I just wanted to add that to Minnie Bruce's answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Our next question is, I am curious about how Cuba supports families during this pandemic getting groceries, medicines, and other essentials. How is this organized, and how can we be inspired here? So I think we have Comrade Nate who can answer that question.
Hey, everybody. Can people hear and see me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Great. Yeah, so I just wanted to say a few words about what's going on in Cuba. And it's really exciting to hear. But I want to say, first of all, the biggest difference between Cuba and the United States is that the working class holds state power in Cuba. And that means they're able to do things that we don't quite have the means to do here. And so it's always important when we're organizing to look at the particular material conditions that we're experiencing and organize on that basis. But I think it's very important to talk about Cuba's success against COVID-19 in order to show the superiority of the socialist system and to show what really is possible, that we really don't, the vast majority of people who are dying in the United States from COVID-19 are dying from capitalism. Capitalism is killing them, not the virus. And so, in Cuba, the Cuban healthcare system is famous all around the world. And so it's taken a lot of steps from the very beginning of the COVID-19 crisis to have really thorough monitoring of everybody flying into Cuba, the temperature and other kinds of tests, and very thorough contact tracing. That when any sick person is found in Cuba, they and everyone they know and are in touch with can go to an isolation center where they will be provided with antiviral or retroviral antiviral drugs, including interferon alpha 2b, a drug produced in Cuba and China that has shown significant impact on COVID-19, but is not available to us here in the United States due to the embargo against Cuba. And at those centers, many of which are converted hotels since the tourist industry has been shut down, people receive not only medical care, but food, education, everything they need to be safe. And since in Cuba, vast majority of people own their homes or they pay a maximum 10% of their income as rent, no one is worried about losing their home. No one is worried about being on the street starving. If there's a neighborhood with a lot of infections, that neighborhood is closed down. And again, because the working class has power, food, medicine, everything that's needed is brought in and provided to that neighborhood. So that area where there are infections, no one has to leave to deal with the basic necessities of life. So no one is going to spread the disease farther out. And that's why Cuba has had only about 60 deaths from COVID. And of course, 60 deaths is tragic. That's a lot of people who have died. When you compare that to the amount of death that we're hearing about in the United States, I mean, there's hundreds of people dying in New York City alone every day, or in European countries, all of which have means of production many times far more developed than Cuba. We really see the superiority of the socialist system and what's possible when the working class is empowered to plan the economy and plan society for the benefit of working and oppressed people. Thanks.
Thanks, Nate. That's really important to remember. I just wanted to briefly address a comment that said, what place does commitment to nonviolence have in socialist philosophy? I can answer that question with a question. What commitment to nonviolence do the capitalists have? What commitment to nonviolence do the police have? What commitment to nonviolence does the Pentagon have, or the U.S. Marines, or the U.S. Army? Our commitment to nonviolence matches the commitment to nonviolence of our oppressors. So hopefully that addresses that question. And our next speaker is Sharon Eolas. Sharon is a longtime organizer with Workers' World at the party's headquarters in New York City. She's organized the mailings of the print issues for our newspaper. She joined the party at its founding conference in Buffalo in 1959. And she's a retired nurse practitioner and ER nurse. Sharon, why don't you go ahead?
This is a salute to Rosemary Neidenberg. Rosie Neidenberg was 99 when she died on March 29th. Rosie was a founding member of the party and devoted her life to the fight for revolution against racism and all forms of bigotry. She did work on the Workers' Weekly paper mailing for many years. She made that a vital contribution to the last printed issue, which was up to the last printed issue, which was suspended due to the pandemic. Rosie was born on International Women's Day a long time ago, 1921. At age 7, she got polio, and it took many months for her to recover. Thereafter, she had difficulty walking. In her early 20s, she began work at the Buffalo Public Library, where she met Vince and Libby Copeland, members of the Socialist Workers' Party. Vinnie later became the first editor of Workers' World newspaper. Libby and Rosie became best friends and lifelong comrades. Milton Neidenberg, a World War II vet, came to Buffalo to work in the SWP. First to do that by Dorothy Ballin. Milt rated a commitment to the class struggle. Rosie and Milt married and had a daughter. In 1959, the Buffalo and Youngstown branches, led by Sam Marcy and Dorothy Ballin, split from the SWP, which did not support the Chinese and Korean Revolution. Workers' World Party was founded in Buffalo in March 1959, the same year as the Cuban Revolution. Rosie was a continuous supporter and fighter for revolutionary socialism. Rosie Neidenberg, presente.
So thank you very much. For those who are listening who maybe can't comprehend that at 99, you would still be an avid advocate for revolution, the life of Rosie Neidenberg proves that it's definitely something that can be done. So we have come to almost the end of our program. I do want to make a few more announcements. You have seen the slides for the information about how to join the party or to get someone to talk to you about how to join the party. So that form is on the workers.org site. Also about taking advantage of getting a mail subscription to you of our web designed newspaper now that we are not doing a paper at the moment. And also about how to donate. And of course, I want to make sure that you're aware that to look for the information about the healthcare website put on by our caucus, our Health Workers Caucus, on Saturday, just a week from today, on the 23rd at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time. And my cat just started my telephone down. Okay, I guess she's hungry and is ready for me to come feed her. So as we close, we are about to do something that is absolute practice for us on any kind of national conference or gathering. And that is that we sing the Internationale. So while I am telling you all just a little bit about the history of this anthem of the working class, the revolutionary working class. I'm hoping that the words to it will be put on the screen. So the author of the words of the Internationale was a French worker named Eugène Potier, who participated in the historic Paris Commune that created the reality of a worker state before being crushed by the combined might of the bourgeoisie. Shortly after successfully evading the murderous class enemy and fleeing from Paris, in 1871, he penned the defiant verses that are sung in countless languages. The original words have been adjusted by contemporary conditions and translation, but it continues to reflect the goal of working and oppressed peoples globally to unite and defeat the ruling class masters and bring a better world into birth. As I mentioned, along with many other socialist, communist, and anarchist organizations, Workers' World Party always closes our national conferences and gatherings with the Internationale. And so while Zoom is a great technology for conducting this webinar, it's not so good for all of us singing the Internationale together. So we are airing a rendition by our Cuban comrades who have resisted the US blockade and every tactic by imperialism to overturn the Cuban Revolution. So we encourage you, if you are at home, to sing along, but mostly you will be absolutely inspired and stirred by this video we are about to watch and the singing of the Internationale by thousands and thousands of Cuban workers.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. This is great. Thank you especially to all the viewers. And please stay engaged with the party. Let's join, donate, get involved. Protest all the workers we know.
And that, my friends, allies, and comrades, that's it for now. Workers.org. Get over to workers.org. Go check the, get over there. Share it with your friends, your allies, your comrades. we've got a world to win.